Thank you, Maya. Good morning, everyone. Part of for MBIC, our focus this year is more opportunities for MBEs, right? So I sent you the graphic that our vice chair had created, Kathy. But we've been planning. Our December meeting was about the opportunities with the infrastructure bill that's coming down the pipeline. And then this training is for us to create teaming. So a lot of you guys are already meeting in your industry groups, right? So now we want to figure out if we're going to start teaming together, what do those agreements look like? And Randall, as he said, is back home. When I asked Ingrid for someone that could do this training, she recommended Randall. And thank you, Randall, for being flexible. We've changed the date about 3 times, but you've been hanging in there with us. So we're excited about this training today. But I definitely wanted you guys to know that for our February meeting, please put that on your calendar for MBIC. We're going to have someone from the U.S. Department of Commerce that's going to be talking to us about international business and how to do business internationally. So I'm going to, without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to you, Randall, and we have been waiting for this training. So we are excited to hear what you have to tell us.
Thanks, Nanette. Thanks, Maya, and HMSDC. I'm home. I really appreciate being here. Thanks to all of you for your time today. I know as business owners, you have a lot going on. Carving out 4 hours is tough duty. I promise to make this worth your while. We are going to cover quite a bit of material. I've got about 107 slides in this deck. I will not be sharing the deck, but by all means, get your pen and paper out, take some serious notes. I do have some handouts for you. Your MBEIC chair came back and said, Randall, checklists and those kinds of things are great. So I said, Nanette, yes, we will have checklists and things for people to do. This will be an interactive session. What we would ask is let's use the technology. If you've got something really, really pressing, raise your hand, and Maya will acknowledge you, and we'll pick a time where I can respond to it. We do have a couple of times set in the program where we're going to do some shares of some of the exercises that I'm going to ask you all to do. And then at that time, we can probably field any outstanding questions as well. Feel free to put the questions in the chat as well. For those of you like me that, forget stuff as quick as you remember it, type it in the chat. and we'll at least hopefully be able to keep track of those and answer all the questions. We will try and do a debrief on the back end because I would like your feedback on how effective you thought the session was and how relevant the material was. I don't anticipate going over, but if we do, we'll try and be respectful and close it out. I do have some time on the back end if we do end up going over. From a content perspective, I want to share with you that what you're looking at is an abbreviated version of some 8 hours of material. We've boiled it way down specific to this group, and we're including some material that hadn't been presented before in this format. So you're going to see that some things are being pulled from other places, but relative to what we talked about, especially with the infrastructure bill coming down, you're going to see references to contracting with the Fortune 500. That's in the content, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about that. What I'm really going to talk about is what does it look like to team with another MBE? Okay. So I want you to have that in your mind as we kind of go through that. You'll see some other things out there because this is it's a 3-part framework that I normally would talk from, but we're only talking about 2 out of the 3 parts. So I've had to take the 3rd part, which is the overarching part, out of the conversation to make it fit this specific requirement and need. And for those of you that know my background on this, I typically talk about strategic alliances in terms of going after the Fortune 500 business, going after it for government business, for institutional business. That's a whole lot simpler. so I've adapted the material to that purpose. Now, the other thing that I'll share with you from context setting is I am a teach you to fish kind of instructor. I am not a feed you a fish person. So you may be overwhelmed by the amount of material. So I want you to start framing in your head, as a business owner, and I'm fixing my own gumbo. Does this recipe work for me? All right. And if I need to add some of my other stuff because my gumbo is special, I've given you the basic stock. I've given you what I like to call table ready, and you can season to taste. Okay. And I do it that way because what differentiates you in the marketplace is your seasoning. All right. So you're going to get the basic framework, and it's going to be up to you to pick and choose what makes sense as you customize it. But because this work is so critical, I have to be very thorough in what I lay out to you. So it's okay if there are some parts of it that aren't relevant for what you're trying to do right now. The good news is you know this is out there, you know this is available for a given situation. I can pull that in. For the situation I have right now, maybe not. And for those of you that are looking 3 to 5 years out, there are going to be elements that we're going to introduce that helps you to start saying, as I make each move, I now see how it lines up with where my business is headed. All right. The other thing that I'll share with you from a context perspective is the first hour or so will probably be um, repeat or fundamental. And the reason we do that is, and you'll see me say this a little late. You'll hear me say this a little later on. 90% of business combinations or relationships fail, and what I would tell you is they fail because they're not properly designed. One of the reasons they're not properly designed is that they're oftentimes hastily put together, and they're put together for the purpose of just getting more sales. They're put together just to get more deals. They're put together because the customer says, I need to do this. And they oftentimes aren't put together with regard to your gumbo. Okay. So we're going to go through a lot of the fundamentals first so that as you begin to really dial back into what makes your business special, what makes your business work, why you did this, who your target customers are, you now can come back and say, if I'm going to partner, is this a partnership that potentially can work for me long term? Is this a partnership that I need to get in and get out of? do, does my business actually bring to the table what I need for it to bring to the table to command the positioning in the relationship that works best for me? So we're going to kind of walk through a lot of all of that. So with that, let's get started. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
And Randall, as you're doing that, Ingrid, I know you wanted to say a couple things before we get started.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you all so much for coming in. I know that you'll enjoy today. Randall is one of our seasoned MBEs, I'm going to say, that helped us to create our strategic teaming alliance when we had a strategic teaming alliance committee. The programming we had around that. So he's been doing this for a very long time and has heard a lot of questions and has coached a lot of businesses through the strategic alliance process and understanding what's right for him. So I hope you have some pins out because Randall is going to drop a lot of nuggets throughout the day. and we want it to be interactive because he's with family. Since COVID, we haven't had a long time to get together, but he's definitely one of our MBEs who has been in this space for a very long time. So thank you, Randall, for coming, and thank you, Nanette, for asking for this as we look at where the opportunities lie and how we collaborate. So thank you all so much for coming today, and I hope you enjoy the session today. Thanks, Maya.
Ingrid,
I apologize. I'm going to have to run off. I have another meeting, but I just needed to say hello.
Okay, well, Ingrid, I wanted to say, please notice the attendance. I told you if you did this training, I would get the people here.
You did, and you got them. So thank you so much.
Thank you,
All right,
Ingrid.
thank you. Randall.
All right. So, welcome everyone. I am so glad you are here. We are talking about the Strategic Teaming Alliance Master Series. We're doing an excerpt from that. If we actually, Maya, if we can go around the horn, I'd like to know who it is I'm speaking with. So Maya's gonna call your name
first
out.
name. Yes.
And if you don't mind, give me your name, your company name, years in business. We have a number of people. We got a lot to go through. So I want you to be respectful and avoid the commercial. We're all business owners, so we tend to do the commercial. We like to know who's on the call with us, but we want to be efficient and respectful of everyone's time as well. So if you want to let us go through.
Absolutely. Anthony, you're up first. Anthony
No,
Curtis.
I go first. All right.
You do.
Good morning. I'm Anthony Curtis. I'm the Vice President of Business Development for Texting Technologies. We're an IT and telecom firm. We've been in business for 17 years.
Thank you, Anthony. Ashley.
My name is Ashley Harrington. My company is AR Harrington Consultancy. We help with RFPs and contract management, and I've been in business for 8 months.
Oh, congratulations, Anthony. Ashley, thank you for that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Barbara.
Hi, my name is Barbara Charles. I'm the owner and founder of Perfection Staffing. We provide executive search and temporary employment. My company officially launched in January of 2020.
Thank you, Barbara. Chandra Tops. I hope I said your name right. Chandra.
Hello, my name is Chandra Tops. I'm the owner and founder of All Day Printing Incorporated. I've been in business for over 16 years.
Thank you. And I'm sorry about that. I'm a name butcher habitually. Constance J. Okay, we're going to move on.
Oh, good morning.
There you
Yes,
go.
I'm Constance Jones, founder and owner of HJ Staffing, where we supply top personnel and personnel matchmaking.
Awesome.
I've been in business for 6 years.
Wait a minute. There aren't that many Constance Joneses.
Yes, there's 3 of us so far in Houston.
Oh my goodness.
Randall, I thought it was the other Constance Jones.
Okay, all right. Can't be that many.
I know, right? Daryl.
Hi, I'm Daryl Groves, Managing Director of DWG CPA.
Thank you, Daryl. Dennis.
Dennis Garrett, Blue Lake Clean Energy Group, the CEO and the founder.
Thank you, Dennis. Ed Ryland.
Happy Friday, everybody. Ed Ryland, President of Arbor Realty Advisor for experts in real estate. Coaching for 7 years in business. Almost speaking involved in the process. Good to see you.
Thank you, Ed. William Hill.
Hey, good morning. My name is William. I'm the CEO of Uncharted Territory Solutions, where we do emergency safety and vocational training, and this is year 4 for us.
Oh, congratulations. Jose.
Hi, my name is Jose Carlos de la Colina. I'm here with Product Quality Management. We do petroleum testing, and we've been in business for about 5 years.
Awesome. Thank you. Kathy.
Hello, my name is Kathy Hall. I am the founder of A Time for Marketing. We are a direct marketing services provider where we enjoy making meaningful messages mighty. And I am just started my 6th year in business. Welcome, everyone.
Congratulations, Kathy. LaShonda.
There we go. Good morning, everyone. My name is LaShonda Fields. I'm the owner of Language Link, where we are a online language learning platform. We connect students 4 to 99 to native speakers around the world for the purpose of learning English, Spanish, French. We just incorporated Mandarin Chinese for tutoring, homework help, or just a conversation buddy. Great to meet you guys and great to be here.
Awesome. Thank you, LaShonda. Lloyd.
Yes, Lloyd Gaucher, LMG Technology Services. We provide custom IT solutions such as software development and support, as well as IT recruiting and staffing. Company founded 17 years ago, but I feel like it's been born again in the last 2 years.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Lloyd. Makia.
Hi, my name is Mika, and I work with Texting Technologies, and I'm the financial officer. And we've been in business 17 years. I work with Anthony Curtis.
Thank you. Michael Fontaine.
Michael Fontaine, Falcon Project Consultants. We provide program and project management with the specialty and expertise in industrial and municipal water treatment.
Thank you, Michael. Morgan. Morgan Falls. Okay. Nanette.
Nanette Ray, President and CEO of TNR Advisors and Management Consultants. We provide accounting, tax, and management consulting solutions. We've been in business the business was founded 17 years ago, but really relaunched about 5 years ago.
Thank you, Nanette. Now, we do have someone on the phone call. It's just showing a phone number. The last 4 digits and then 1345. So I want to give you an opportunity to introduce yourself. 956-379-1345.
Yes, hello, good morning. This is Paul Gonzalez on behalf of Mr. Jose Leos from NDX Safety Training and Consulting. We've been here for almost 14 years now, doing all the workforce training and for many other industries like oil and gas and educational and construction. So thank you for having us here.
Thank you for that. And then I have one more 956 number, 956-466-9937. If you're with the same company, that's fine, but please feel free to go ahead and introduce yourself. Okay. Anybody else that did not get to introduce themselves, please just go ahead and unmute yourself and go ahead and say hello and give us your name, company name, and years of business.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is William Randall. I'm the owner of Watson Logistics. We are a 3PL and freight forwarder. Been in business 8 very successful years.
Okay. And now I'm back. My list is back updated. It went off the screen, y'all. Okay, Rachel, you're next.
Hi, my name is Rachel Bickham. I am the owner of Bickham Services Unlimited. We provide staffing and recruiting services in the construction, IT, office administration, and light industrial industries. I've been in business for 5 years now.
Thank you, Rachel. Felicia. Felicia Hill?
I'm sorry. Oh, Felicia. Okay.
Oh, Felicia. I told y'all.
No problem. No problem. So I am CEO and Managing Director for H5 Strategic Alliances. I thought this was funny that that's part of our company name and company model. And so we do IT professional services. We specialize in network security, cloud security, data center security, things of that nature. And happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, years of business. I didn't say years of business. I'm sorry. So we were established 10 years ago, but we've been full-time launched for the last 5 years.
Thank you, Felicia. Raven.
Good morning. My name is Raven Watson. I'm the president and CEO of At Work Personnel. We are a full-service staffing provider, and our company is 4 years old.
Thank you, Raven. Richard Miles.
Richard Miles, J. Archer Insurance Company, 12 years.
Thank you. Sabita Singh. I'm sorry, Dr. Sabita Singh. She knows I have to mess with her, but y'all know Sabita. She'll come back on. Samuel Medina.
Good morning. My name is Samuel Medina with Samerica Consulting Group. We do business process management and automation. I've been in business since 2017, so 5 years going on 6th of September.
Thank you. Stephen Marsh. Stephen Marsh.
This is Stephen Marsh with Billy Edward Consulting, a technology firm that specializes in IT and inventory management solutions. Been in business about 5 years.
Thank you. Tam.
Oh, hey, good morning, everyone. Tam Nguyen. I have two companies, actually. The first one is NB Business Solutions. We are a consulting firm focusing on management, consultant, and HR, as well as technology to implement HR processes. And then I have a spinoff company called Socium Solutions. That company focuses on cybersecurity and managed IT services.
Thank you.
Oh,
And
been in business for 8 years.
thank you, Tam. William Randall.
Well, I get to do this twice. Good morning, everyone. My name is William Randall. I am the president of Watson Logistics. We are a 3PL and freight forwarder, and we have enjoyed 8 years of wonderful, great success.
Thank you. I believe that's everyone. If you haven't made an introduction, raise your hand and we will call upon you. But I think I have everyone. Going once, going twice. All right, Randall, the floor is yours again.
All right. Thanks, everyone. I appreciate that. That's really important for me because I tend to like to try and do everything I can on my end to make this content relevant to the needs of your business, and having a sense of what you all do helps me to that end. So thank you for sharing that with me. I greatly appreciate it. Let's keep moving here. So our agenda for the day, we've completed our welcome and introductions. I'm going to talk to you about the learning objective. We're going to kind of review what's going on today, and then we're going to jump into the meat of the alliance process. We'll do a review afterwards, and we'll open up for additional Q&A beyond the other opportunities we have to address and field some of your questions. If you recall, for those of you that just jumped on, we're managing questions a couple of different ways. We got quite a bit of material to go through, so we ask for you to do two things. Feel free to put a question in the chat, and when we get to a couple of times through the session, we'll kind of go through those as well. If it's something really pressing, go ahead and use the raise your hand button at the top of Microsoft Teams, and Maya will flag my attention, and we'll see if we can accommodate it that way. So we got two different ways to manage it, but we're going to try and do all of them at about the same time. Kathy, I see you have a
Kathy, I just saw that. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Randall.
question. Is the screen? Yes, I am sharing my screen. Can everyone see it?
I can see it on my end. Does anybody else? You can unmute yourself and let's just check this out.
I can see the agenda if that's the screen you're sharing.
I am
for
sharing
some
the agenda
reason,
screen.
okay, all right. I'm the only one then that can't
No,
see it.
I'm black too, Kathy.
Yeah, maybe we need to go out and come back. Mine turned red. Now all I see is a red screen.
Okay, so it's two of you. Yeah, if you ladies will both maybe try to come back in,
okay,
Kathy and Ashley, and see if that helps. Thank you.
We'll be family friendly for about 30 seconds. Well, actually, we can keep moving. They know who I am. So I'm me. So I am the owner and president of Dobbins International, doing business as Diversity Works. I will be your facilitator today. Our learning objective for this session is, as you saw in the email notification, we want to talk about the basics of building a scalable business. We want to talk about the elements of working with strategic partners, a subset of which are alliance partners, because not all alliance partners are strategic, and not all, but all strategic partners are alliances. So, but we want to talk about what actually brings about the 90% failure rate. And we actually want to talk about, as you're building this, how to actually develop traits that customers are looking for in their long-term vendors. Okay. So a little bit about me. I've been teaching this content since about 2007, 2005. I joined HMSDC in 2004. And as Maya and Ingrid mentioned, the start of this came out of the Strategic Teaming Alliance Committee, the STAC committee. It has since evolved into an actual commercial business. There's been quite a bit of augmentation, enhancements, and some rethinking of some of the stuff that was originally put out there, but its roots started with the material that we created for HMSDC. I started off doing enhanced oil recovery research for Shell Oil Company, went into their supply chain organization. What that means to you all is I was one of the people that was actually picking and choosing with whom Shell did business. And I stepped into a supplier diversity role there. So I was also instrumental in helping to figure out which MBEs got business with Shell. And I went on to start doing strategic alliance work for Shell. I went to another company, Wesco Distribution, did national accounts with them, where my job was to sell strategic alliances to large companies. I went on to do more strategic alliance selling work for Shell, interestingly enough. And then I went on and did e-commerce work to do the procure-to-pay process, became an officer for a .com that did a lot of supply chain and contracting and procurement work, and then started Dobbins International, now Diversity Works. And that made me an MBE. So I come at this from a number of different perspectives, that as an end user, that as a buyer, that as a seller, that as an actual MBE, and that of a trainer in terms of coaching and training folks on how to get this done. So you've got about 5, 6, 7 different angles of how to actually come about this and get it right that we're bringing to the table. Some of my experience with NMSDC is I was very active in HMSDC. I've presented nationally a couple of times at the national conference. I've worked with some of the other councils to talk about the topic that we're going on, that we're going to cover today. I've led a number of different forums and breakout sessions, and all of this is to say that strategic alliances has been a hot topic for a while. It represents the fastest way for you to grow your business at lowest cost. And what I mean by lowest cost is you don't have to go it alone, and you don't have to invest all your time and money to build it yourself, kind of like the way Henry Ford, or the way we normally think of business. Now, amongst us, amongst minorities, we've oftentimes been extremely isolated, always felt like we were in this by ourselves. So this can be a foreign concept for a lot of us, and we're going to have to find a way to overcome it. What I hope to be able to share with you is some tools to help you find with your gumbo how to make this work for your business, because that's ultimately the trick. What makes sense for what you are trying to accomplish? Let's talk about our current environment. What we know as small business owners, hiring employees, dealing with trying to make the business profitable, continue to struggle with healthcare for employees, managing cash flow, especially with the supply chain issues. We have to manage our own energy. Oftentimes there's nobody there for us. All right. A lot of the folks don't get what we do. They don't know why we do it every day. So staying energized is a real challenge for us. And then, we always say all we need is one really good customer, but we also have to avoid being dependent on that client. I mean, right now, business in the oil patch is good at $70 per barrel, but most of us have been around when it was 30. So, whatever we can do to diversify our business, the better off we are. As I mentioned, the business partner blueprint, which is my framework for what we do, is a 3-part process. It talks about landing corporate contracts, the solution partner blueprint, the customer partner blueprint. We're going to talk about these two because the foundational piece that I mentioned earlier is involved in this just landing business. What does your business look like just to land business, whether it's corporate, whether it's government, whether it's institutional, whether it's consumer, it doesn't really matter. So we're going to jump into these two and really get going. So the first thing I want to talk about, and you all have seen a number of people have pitch contests. The first question is, what is the value of what you're offering to the market? And what I would share with you is, in talking about it, not only does it need to be succinct, but we need to boil it down to about 3 specific things. It needs to be relevant to the specific customer you're talking to. You need to be able to quantify the value, and you need to be able to uniquely differentiate or tell the ideal customer why they should buy from you. When I hear folks give a pitch, oftentimes I don't find that they quantify value. What I would tell you is oftentimes that can reflect on the level of research that you did on a specific customer or industry. If they are soliciting you, you have a little leeway in when you introduce this. But if you're soliciting them, you need to be able to tell them clearly, succinctly, and upfront, with them, what's in it for them. All right. And so you can see I've got some examples over there where, we're talking about percentages. I mean, this is one of those things where if you tell people I can make your staff 5 or 10% more productive, you can tell them I can lower your first cost by 5 or 7%. If you can tell them that I can mitigate, I can mitigate, tax implications, or I can mitigate lawsuit implications. If whatever it is, be sure you can quantify that. So I got an exercise that I'm going to have you do to come back to that. But when we start talking about your value proposition, the way I typically tee this up is there are a couple of different ways you can look at this that's important for an enterprise. I know right now we've talked specifically about the infrastructure bill and whatnot, but I think this is still important to the work we're doing for this call, because once you know this gives you clarity around what precisely it is that you're going to need from a partner, what differentiates you in terms of what your approach to the market is. As you are negotiating with them, you don't unintentionally give away your intellectual property because you hadn't had the chance to really nail this down. And for you to be able to assess whether or not the person that you get into this relationship with has competing or complementary value. So in this case, when we talk about value creation, we're talking about the usual suspects. How do you drive more innovation, increase quality, improve customer care, enhance management skills, get more results out of alliances? Can you make them more productive and get R&D products to market or strengthen the R&D process? Can you help them to make their technology deliver more results to the business? Can you enhance brand value? Can you improve employee relations? Can you actually drive greater benefit to their environment and community awareness?
1 at 1, 1 at 2, 1 at 3 on Monday.
I am so sorry. Could you mute yourself, please? I'm
Or-
trying to find you. I just can't find you in the chat. Thank you.
And oftentimes, people forget that there is value in your ability to minimize value destruction. Right now, we've seen all the layoffs going on in the tech sector. All right, we've seen a lot of companies have their stock prices decline. We've seen a lot of companies that had supply chain disruptions. And so then the question becomes, what can we as MBEs do to help them offset a customer demand shortfall, help them to more effectively address competitive pressure? How do we help them get results from their mergers and acquisitions? Because a lot of companies are they premise buying another business or merging a business on what we call synergy capture. They have to integrate those companies, but oftentimes they don't get the benefit. So if we actually show them how to actually address those problems and get more benefit, that helps. If we see they have misaligned products, how do we help them with that? How do we help them with customer pricing pressure? How do we help them recover from the loss of a key customer? Regulatory issues, cost overruns, accounting irregularities, management ineffective, supply chain issues, high commodity prices, lawsuits, natural disasters. These are all different ways that we can actually either create value or minimize value destruction. All right. Now, once we have a good idea or a good sense of what that's all about, now we start getting into generically what is our business strategy. So in this case, it's 5 components to it. The first part is, what is your core business? And I've got an exercise for you on that one. And I'm going to ask you to talk about your core business. And in this case, the secret sauce to really and truly building a long-term scalable business that is sustainable is leveraging your core. Okay. And I want to give you a couple examples because they're counterintuitive. FedEx, their core business is that tracking system. You would think their core business is delivering packages, but their core business is that tracking. A lot of people can deliver packages. What differentiated them was that they could get it to you by 10:30 in the morning when they first started out, and they could tell you where that package was. And think about how important that has become to us. So sometimes Brown doesn't get it right. And we don't think about the Postal Service, DHL, and all these other folks. All right, McDonald's. People forget that McDonald's is a franchise model. It's actually a small business enterprise. McDonald's corporate means nothing because most all of the locations are individually owned by franchisees. The core business is real estate. Okay? They have the ability to buy up real estate and get a site permitted, and they benchmark this. I think the last time I saw, they were down to about 19 or 17 days anywhere in the world. And then I think they were able to go from permit to construction in some crazy number. I think they might have been at 60 days, now to 45 days. I mean, we all have seen this now. We see a McDonald's get demolished and then a new one come right up, almost in a blink of an eye. Okay. And so I say that to say, when you start thinking about what your real true core business is, then it becomes something that is scalable. And then as you start setting strategic alliances, you make sure that it either enhances your core or it does not compete with your core, because depending on how your business is configured, you may need an alliance partner to do the things that you don't do or that you don't do well. That makes for some of the best alliances, where you take 2 companies that do different things well, and then you put them together. And that makes sure that you minimize the competition, you minimize people running around your back trying to steal your business, you minimize the impact of all those kinds of things. Now, in our world, that's not always possible, But when you understand what that is, you become a smarter negotiator and much more shrewd business owner in terms of who you pick to work with. And that's one of the key elements of dealing with that 90% failure rate. And I apologize for harping on this, but I see when a lot of us put our businesses together, this is one of the areas we fail at. A lot of times we just want to get in where we fit in. We said there's no bad contracts, only to build a business that does not pay us. All right. The money looks great, but we have no profit. All right. And it's because we're doing too many things. One of the things when I was a buyer, it's like the first thing that told me that you weren't serious as a business owner was when you gave me 2 or 3 business cards. All right. Now, I want you to think about that, because here it is. I'm with Shell. I'm thinking, okay, all right, you came in and you said you're an IT supply house. You do cloud computing. Now I see this staff aug thing. I'm like, well, which do you do? Which is it? All right. If you're doing cloud computing, then there's one group in the organization that I can decide whether or not I need to take you to and how that's going to work. If you introduce all these other things, I'm like, I don't know if I can introduce you to all those different people in the organization. I don't know if I can vet your capabilities in all of those areas. I don't know that I want to do all the references to see if what you say in each one. And God forbid I look at your website and it shows that you don't do any of those. So you have to excuse me, folks. I'm home, so I might keep it real every now and then. But nonetheless, once again, what is the core business? Because that actually minimizes in your head what you need to focus on and do on a day-to-day basis. We're going to keep it simple in this context. We're talking about selling to the government, going after institutional business, but having some clarity around who your actual customer set is, because not all customers are your customers. When they talk about riches and niches, the idea is when you actually funnel down to the smaller subset of customers from a focus point of view, that's when you actually start seeing a lot more profit in your sales pricing. One of my coaches was saying right now, the best way for me to start rethinking my business is to focus on my champagne customers. And it's a fascinating concept because, one, there's not a lot of them, but you want to know the funniest thing about a champagne customer? They won't haggle with you on the price. They're like, I like that. Sign me up. When do we get started? They don't typically have a ton of questions. They are just, I'm ready. Let's go. So who are your champagne customers? We're going to talk a little bit more about what are the activities that you have in place to actually get the business to where it needs to go. But additionally, we also want to talk about what are the values of your company right now with ESG. This is becoming a bit more significant for folks that we do know, especially with a lot of the social issues going on, Black Lives Matter, a whole host of things, diversity, equity, and inclusion, that, we represent what a lot of this is about, but we as business owners also need to lead and showing that, hey, not only are we recipients of this, but it's important to us in terms of how we run our businesses. So the reason I will tell you that's the biggest thing right now is we're dealing with Gen X. I am confronted with this in my business right now. The way that I grew up doing business is not the way Gen Z and Gen X go about doing business. They represent the future of my legacy. They are very specific about what they will and won't do. I mean, that was a rude awakening for me, because I'm like, look, I was just happy to have a job, and they're coming to me and saying, look, if you want me to work here, here's how I need for you to manage me. Oh, okay. All righty then. And it's not that they're wrong. I mean, we were all there. We did the same thing. I don't want to say we were compliant, But I wanted to say we were just so happy to have a job. The paradigm, the dynamic was flipped for us. Okay. So we got in, but for them, they're like, no, hey, we kings of the roost here, and we'll let you know if your company is one we want to work for if your values are in alignment with ours. And oh, by the way, I won't be making it in today because I'm going to protest. Not mad at them. So my point is make sure as you think about this, you know, is it actually reflective in our does that actually give you an advantage? One of the things that's big about the space that we're playing in, and this is actually true with the federal government as well. You're going to see that the federal government actually is beginning, they aren't doing audits, but they are looking to see whether or not people have diversity, equity, and inclusion policies in place. So that can give you an advantage if you have one in place, but it clearly gives you an advantage in attracting talent. Okay, just FYI. And then again, once again, your culture, your structure, your incentive systems, your workforce, your organization, that's going to be very important to what your overall business strategy needs to be and how that works. So let's kind of jump into one of the first things I want you to think about. And it is a lot of your success is going to depend on customer excellence. And in this case, customer excellence, we're talking about how well you perform in these areas. The first one, how well suited are the features of your products and services suited for what your customer is demanding? Okay. The second, is your price competitive? And notice I said competitive. I didn't say is your price low, because oftentimes a competitive price can be a higher price if the value substantiates it. Is the quality at or better than industry standard? The speed at which you deliver product and service, does it differentiate you? Reliability is a subset of customer service. You know, is what you're putting in the market, does it work? Are you minimizing customers calling you back for anything? Does it actually suit and meet the need that it was designed for? Are the services that you wrap around the product and service actually things that your customers come back and tell you, yes, this is great, this works for me, I love this, you guys are better, you are top tier at this? And clearly, are the results what your customers are expecting? Okay. Are you delivering results consistent or better than industry standard? And are you getting the feedback from your customers that the results delivered on what they thought they were contracting for? So let's get into our first exercise. And Maya, I think I need your help.
What do you need?
I want to drop an attachment in the chat,
Okay.
but I'm not seeing the attach.
You go to the chat and they're the three dots.
Which three dots?
To the right. Let's see. Do you want to
Okay, hold on. I might be cooking with grease right now. Hold on. Keep hope alive. Insert link. Where's insert file? Okay. We are going to call an audible team. Hold on for 1 second. It's good to be flexible. What I'm going to do, because I can't see how to drop the file in directly, I'm going to put the files in Dropbox, and I'm going to share the link, and you should be able to click on the link and download the file directly. This is important right now, in that you all have homework to do as we speak. Since I said this was going to be interactive.
Right here.
Since this is going to be interactive,
Thank you.
we will now interact.
Good morning. How are y'all?
Hi, good morning.
I don't know if that's the right thing to ask, huh? Recap, or have they been like giving everyone a headache or what?
Hello, could you mute yourselves? I got you.
There you go.
And there we go. Mhm.
All right. All right, everyone. Did the first link show up in the chat? Can everyone see that?
Yes, Randall, the link is there. I've selected the link and I can see it on my side. Does everybody, can everybody else go ahead and select the link and see if they can pull it up on their side as well? It's a form that title is Business Excellence and Success Gap.
Well, and actually, we're
You'll have to, in order to engage with it, you'll have to download it onto your computer, and it looks like it's a fillable form, if I'm not mistaken.
It is. And
Okay.
actually, you can go ahead and download that one, but I want you to take the second one that I just put in the chat.
Okay. So let me pull the second one up as well, Randall. See what we have. Okay, so this one, Randall, the second one is the customer excellence and success gaps.
Right. Can everyone see my screen now?
Yes, I can see it. Hopefully everyone else can see it. If you can't see it, please speak up.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, and was everyone able to download it?
Yes. I was.
Okay. So I want to give you a couple of minutes to just fill this out. This is simple. I want you to self-rate in these areas. A 1 indicates that your products and services are not quite meeting customer needs as well, or not quite at the level of your competitors. A 10 indicates that you exceeded the needs of your customers and that your products and services exceed those of your competitors, large or small. I'm not grading this. I'm not collecting this. I want you to be honest. If your number is not as high as you want it to be right now, then indicate that. I do recommend that you not be overly critical. You do want to recognize where you've done well. What I will tell you is if you're not getting as much business as you think you should be getting, then that should tell you that your customers aren't sharing with you that you're as good as you believe things are in your business, in which case marking a 10 would be suspect. Okay. All right. Marking a 10 might not be realistic at this time. So that being the case, as I mentioned, you can just click on this, as Maya said, and whatnot, and then you can save that as your computer, and you can come back to it later, because you'll probably have some thoughts on what you can do to expand or close the gap. All right. All right. Does anyone need more time on this one? All right.
Can I ask a question?
Go for it.
So you just made a comment about about rating yourself and looking at your customer versus not you feel like you should have more business. If with your customers you have their praises and their recommendations, but you're talking about growing outside of those customers, right, and spreading out, but you're having trouble growing with those customers. I mean, I'm trying to figure out how to look at it from that perspective. Our need is to grow outside of our existing customer base.
Great question. So in the context of what we're talking about today, and thanks for bringing that up, you may want to create multiple copies of this. This one assumes you have one target customer, but if you have two target customers, then you might say for one customer group where you feel like you're doing what you need to do, you can assess it that way. And for your target customer group, if you're trying to expand into a different market segment, then you can open another version and look at it that way. And then what you may want to do is reconcile the differences between those two. And what I would share with you is going to happen is you're probably going to get some insights around what your BD, what your business development efforts might need to look like as the business owner. You're probably going to get some insight in terms of how you do resource deployment. If you're going into a different market, it's always good to really and truly identify what makes that market different. How do they see themselves? Because the marketing messages that you used in one market may not apply in the next market. So feel free to download different copies, unless your avatar really and truly is one and the same, and it doesn't matter what the market is, and that the marketing doesn't really change how excellence is perceived. Then you can use the one, but just recognizing that you've got one that's tested in the market segment that you're currently in, and one that's not tested or proven in the one that you're pursuing. Is that helpful?
Hey, Randall, I wanted to add something. Our philosophy at our firm is our first set of customers are going to bring our second set of customers. So we look at whether or not we're getting referrals from our existing customers. And then when we're branching out into a new service line, we evaluate our existing customers to see if they can benefit from that and offer that service to them. So that's kind of how I was looking at it in terms of customer excellence and success gaps.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you, Nanette. We have a question from A.R. Harrington. Ashley, is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Perfect.
Thank you. So how would you recommend somebody who's very new in business to kind of assess and fill this out? Because we don't really necessarily have the wide customer base to not yet to kind of complete everything or like have a true assessment.
You base it on the state of your business as it currently stands. This is less of does it meet some type of standard, and is there a customer base that gets this to where it wants to be? If you don't have a lot of data right now, then you can either leave it blank, or as a placeholder, just put some number in there for you to say, I need to figure this out. I need to find this out. I need to find more information. But once again, this is for your own use. And it gives you an idea that, there are 8 elements that drive customer excellence. And I also want to park here that for some business owners, a lot of us buy from their brands. Customer excellence isn't important to them. I hate to be the one to say that. So if you happen to be in one of those markets where customer excellence isn't really a key differentiator, then make sure you note that. Just park that as a thought or an idea. So then, I mean, for MBEs, customer excellence has always been the differentiator. So you're going to hear me talk a lot about driving excellence, because when we do that, we actually set ourselves up for long-term success. Rightly or wrongly, In this space, it's always felt like we've had to do more than our competitors. But what I will tell you is it makes us better business owners. I mean, yeah, life is hard, but hey, Tom Brady had to work a heck of a lot more, had to work a lot harder than Joe Montana. Tom was not naturally gifted. So,
Nanette, I still see your hand up. Did you have another question or comment?
Nanette,
Nanette, did you have another question or comment?
Do I need to lower my hand? Let me
Please.
lower.
yeah,
Thank
it
you.
didn't automatically lower.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep moving. Thanks everyone, appreciate that. And we're gonna have a little bit more time for shares and insights. Let's move on next to business excellence. All right. And in this case, we're talking about how you run your business for business excellence. And we're talking about your ability to attract and recruit talent. We're talking about the effectiveness in which your marketing messages are getting through to your customers, and can you track that down to deals? Okay. Your actual profitability. Are you with your competitors in terms of profitability? Are you growing at a sustainable or a manageable rate? You can grow too slow, you can grow too fast. Are the processes and systems in your business executing, or are you actually executing against strategy? The pandemic threw a lot of companies into a tizzy, had to regroup. Some of us did not have banking relationships in place. We didn't get warehouse lines. We had to pull from personal reserves, oftentimes to meet payroll or even just to, to pay the mortgage. So, how is the execution in the business as exemplified by, is it working the way you think it should be working? Do you have the processes you need systemized so that you are managing by exception? Do you have the key projects identified for the business that's going to drive the revenue and growth you're looking for? Have you made the technology investment that keeps you competitive or sets you aside in the market? So these are things that you can look at for your own business to say, hey, where am I with business excellence? And now you can go to, let's take 2 minutes on the other handout, the first handout that I gave you, that I provided. Which is this one. Same again. One is that it indicates that your internal processes are mostly manual and not well defined. A 10 indicates that your internal processes are highly automated and managed on an exception basis. So rate yourself there on that one. But also we've got some additional things in the notes here. I want you to take a look at these 8 and then pick 1, 2, or 3 where you say, if I just focused on those in the next quarter, next 6 months, this could make all the difference in my business. So you might say, 2, 6, and 7. All right.
So Randall, can you clarify the difference between systemization and technology? Is technology more just having the technology and systemization more how they speak together?
Correct. Technology could be things like, are you at the point that you need to have an accounting process, that your accounting process needs to align more with your manufacturing. It needs to align more with your time tracking system. If you're in staffing, you need to tie your accounting to your your available resources and how do you stage people coming in. And in this case, because software as a service is highly useful for us, are those options now, where we are in terms of how we can more effectively deploy technology to give us more control on the business. Now, I'll tell you, this becomes important, and you're going to see it in a couple of minutes. As I mentioned, I said we're going to do some of the foundational stuff first before we get into some of the more serious things. You can probably look at this from a business excellence point of view, because you can say, depending on what my gaps are here, will have a huge impact on what I might look for in a partner. If I have a partner that's stronger in one of these areas than I am, then that helps me out. So just doing a little bit of thinking on this one. The next one, you also want to look at these, like if you made some changes in some of these, which ones in order of importance have the ability to improve the experiences your customers have with your company. This is one of those things where you take some customer feedback where you say, look, we need for you to do better with your reporting. We need for you to do better with bringing people onto the project. We need to be able to have some more, we need a dashboard to understand a little bit more what's going on, and look into your operation so we can do planning on our end. So just the idea there. Then you want to review those to identify which ones in order would allow you to grow and scale your business more quickly. And oh, by the way, this is not a layup. The answer is not always marketing. Because if you'll recall, with at least in the Fortune 500 space, capacity is one of the biggest limitations to doing more business with them. I can't speak to how big an issue capacity is going to be for the infrastructure bill, but I can say that if you're a smart business owner and you're pursuing a 6-figure, a 7-figure, an 8-figure contract, that you do want to make sure that however you pursue this, you've got the business excellence that supports going after whatever size contract that you're trying to pursue. And then last thing, review them to identify which ones in order reports are key to your core competency or your core business. Because remember, we talked about 3-4 slides ago that your core should be the most scalable portion of your business. That should be where a decent amount of your investment goes. That's what's going to make you sustainable. So some of these probably tie more directly to your core than others. All right. And we're back. So let's talk about the 10 core business processes. All right. And I'm going to spend a decent amount of time on this, because what I can tell you is similar to your core business effectiveness, your 10 core business processes, and I think you need to be extremely good at about between 5 to 7 of these. You really need to be good at. All 10 of them may not apply to your business. Now, the reason I'm going to tell you this is, formally or informally, every customer is evaluating your business based on these 10 things. Every RFP you fill out, every presentation you make, somebody is thinking in their head, what level of maturity or sophistication does your business have in these areas? And does that maturity and that sophistication match my expectation of what I need in a supplier? And they are. customer strategy and relationship. Why is this company trying to sell to me? What kind of relationship are they looking to have with me? One of the big things that we get right now is companies saying, I don't do business with small businesses. Rightly or wrongly, they say that. Okay. So you imagine if Microsoft is trying to sell to ExxonMobil, then the buyer looks at that and says that makes sense. If Randallsoft goes to sell to they're like, well, okay, why have you targeted us? So once again, how is this? What is your process for this? Do you actually have a robust customer acquisition strategy? Have you thought through who your actual target customers are? Are the activities of your business aligned with being highly effective in getting that customer, as opposed to a shotgun approach that says, I'm just going to take any customer, and then people don't feel differentiated when you approach them? Your employee development and satisfaction. I can tell a lot about your business as a buyer when I engage with other people on your staff. If I'm only dealing with you, you run the risk of being seen as a one-person show, and then I rightly or wrongly assume you don't have capacity. So then the question becomes, as you bring in customer service people, if I have to talk to somebody in operations, if I have to talk to somebody in the warehouse, if I have to talk to somebody that you've deployed, how satisfied are they with the company? What is your process for developing your staff and measuring satisfaction? Your quality, process improvement, and change management. This really speaks to how you run your business, but more importantly, because we tend to be savvy CEOs, we tend to, they say necessity is the mother of invention, because we're often operating on a shoestring budget. This one is where we actually identify the innovation that we can bring to drive the value that we talked about. Right here. Whenever it comes up. All right. Try this one more time. This one. All right. When we start talking about this, when you start talking about your quality and all of those other kinds of things, when you go through the work to start putting all of that in, you're going to go, this is where the genius is coming from. This is what I did. This is what my employees did. This is what we do different. I remember when I used to do this for such and such a company, because a lot of us came for industry. And it's like, this is why I intentionally did this. This is what I thought the improvement was going to be. This is why we can deliver this result to our customers, either at a better service level, lower cost, or both. All right. So that process, to the extent that you actually have that process lined out and thought through, that one is huge. There are going to be things that you learn from that process that, as you go through it, is going to actually help you with a lot of your marketing. So that, once again, is your quality, process improvement, and change management. And a lot of you that are in digital transformation right now, this change management piece is huge for a lot of customers. They've implemented these big ERPs, SAP, all those other kinds of things. Digital transformation, think about it in this way. Digital transformation is like teaching grandma an iPad. That's what it is. You make all this investment in technology, but people haven't adopted it. So how do you help them to have their employees take more advantage of the technology investments in your own company? How do you do that? If you figured out how to get the affected employees in your company using the technology that you've invested in, then you now have the ability to talk to a customer about what makes you different and how you can support them. Financial analysis, reporting, capital management. Most of us are 50-50 on this one. We can always improve on this. We need to be able to know where our business is at any given moment. From a customer's perspective, our ability to know this as a core business process helps us to be able to make a smart decision on whether or not we want to invest in what either the market or a customer is asking us to do. And that needs to be core to our business. We laugh and joke about the big companies managing to the quarter, but I mean, think about how much money they put into being able to manage to the quarter. The craziest thing I ever saw, Jim Morgan, who was the former president of Shell Oil Products Company when Shell split up into 3 different companies, upstream, midstream, and downstream. He was doing an $80 million SAP implementation, which ballooned to $150 million SAP implementation and got fired. Why did he get fired? Because they couldn't close the books. SAP is a reporting system. Okay, that's all it is. All right. But companies spend tons on this. So, you can ask yourself, is that core? All right. Management responsibility. This is the classic who's on first. As business owners, we all need to know who's on first in our company. It is not sufficient if we are projecting scalability that we are accountable for everything in our companies, but we aren't necessarily responsible for it. So in this case, when we start thinking through, as you start building out departments and business heads and whatnot, what does that management responsibility look like so that when things aren't going the way you expect them to go, how do you quickly zero in on them and address them? Customer acquisition, your actual sales process. Okay, I think we all know at this point, the trick to sales is follow up, follow up, follow up, follow up, follow up, follow up. And for in case there's some ambiguity around what I mean by that, I'm gonna say it one more time: follow up. All right, but there's a process to that because we as owners, how do we know that this is actually occurring? In the digital marketing space, and it's probably true for a number of you all's business, there's 3 metrics that we tend to look at: customer acquisition costs, lifetime value of a customer, and customer retention rate. Okay. Now, I want you to think about this because those 3 alone becomes huge for your legacy. And again, specifically, what I mean by that is if you've got good, tight numbers on those 3, a company can come in and independently tell you the value of your company. If you're looking to sell your company at some point, then with those 3 numbers right there, somebody can tell you what the value of your company is. If you are looking to leave the company in the will and have the kids argue and fight about the company, you know the value of what it is you're leaving to them. Whatever you plan on doing with the company, knowing those 3 things are huge. And from a process point of view, knowing how everything in the company supports your ability to manage those 3. What do I have to do to acquire customers? What are the various services and products that I put onto things to increase my average customer value? I mean, you guys may not want to break out your calculator because you'll probably cry. But think about the average customer value that Apple has gotten with us, starting with the iPod, going to the iPhone, increasing to the iPad. God forbid we bought a Mac computer. Okay. Oh yeah, the AirPods. I mean, the Apple Watch. I mean, think about that. What the average customer value is right there, and then think about the customer retention rate. Now, do you think that they have a core business process that is figuring out those three things? Yes. Let me answer that for you. Yes. So your ability to do that is huge. Product development. For some of you, that may or may not be an issue. I would argue that it is something, even if you're doing a service work. What is the service? If it's staffing, what is the talent I'm putting out there? What do I need them to do? Are they ready to deploy day one? You know, is there additional training? Are there other kinds of things? Do I have a product that is unreliable in that I'm deploying people who can't show up on time or be reliable? Whatever. Product service delivery, same thing. If we go back to FedEx or Amazon, my goodness, Amazon is a fantastic model of this one. Do you think Amazon has a process to ensure that Prime members get product in 24 hours, get it next day? Yes, they do. They even have a logistics fleet to support it. Accounting management. Once again, do you have controls in place to let you know what's going on in the business, to monitor profitability, any potential profit leakage, those kinds of things? Technology management. So those are the 10. And what I have for you on this one is, again, another exercise. Let me put this in the chat. All right. And what you're looking at on this one, same idea. A 1 indicates that your internal processes and systems are mostly manual, not well defined. A 10 means that they are highly automated and you are managing on an exception basis. Okay. Once again, this is for your own internal use and benefit so that you kind of have a good sense of what's going on here. And likewise, as we did in the other, identify the ones in order of importance that have the ability to dramatically increase your profitability should you choose to improve. Review the ones in order of importance that have the ability to improve the experience your customers have with your company. And then review the ones in order of importance that allow you to grow or scale your business more quickly.
Thank you. And if you have any questions or comments, please raise your hand. We already have one from William Randall. So, Randall, do you want to entertain William's question right now? You want to just give the group a moment?
Hold on, I'm going to do one more thing. I'm going to give a moment, and then we'll come back to that. And also look at these once again, in terms of what is linked or tied to your core competency or your core business. All right, and Maya, the question is.
And William, the question is.
So I hear a lot of what you're talking about is focused on internal reflection as to, okay, your processes and how you do things. I guess what I'm having to disconnect is if the bias, and I don't mean to use that word poorly, but if the bias is on the customer side on not feeling that you are qualified, what difference does it make if you have, let's say between a 7 and a 9 or a 6 and a 9 in all these boxes, but you're not getting over that inherent bias of, hey, I can actually do this job, I can perform, here are recommendations from our other customers. That's, for me at least, that's the consistent struggle point, is finding ways to make that gap. So I'm just I'm trying to figure out how, from what you've got here, how I can use the workload here or the examples here to improve that process to acquire new relationships. That makes sense?
Yeah, I got it. I'm assessing how blunt I want to be.
No, we're here to work, so be as blunt. I can take it. I got my big boy pants on. If I suck, I suck. That's why I'm here.
No, it isn't that. Bias is very real. I a lot of you may not know this. I was born in 1962, Decatur, Alabama. In my past, there was a kid went around very similar to take your pick, an Emmett Till scenario or a To Kill a Mockingbird scenario where somebody was falsely accused. I am, like a lot of us here, second generation, if not first generation, Dr. King's I Have a Dream children. All of us on this call have personal stories. You know, the first time we may have been called a derogatory term, the N word or whatever, you know, is a derogatory based on your upbringing. A lot of times you knew when you were in a room that folks prefer you not be there. I've had a HPD officer look at me because I was driving a nice car, specifically say, I just as soon shoot you as to look at you. So I don't live in a reality where I think bias doesn't exist. It's hard to do this work with knowing that's out there. I don't have a magic bullet that overcomes that. The major opportunities that have happened for my business is because I stayed out there long enough for someone to see what I was doing and they took the chance. So the responsibility that I have, especially as a business owner, if having a 9 to 5 doesn't work for me, is to do the work, to figure out what I need to do to make sure that I got the best possible business I can put out there. And I forget who the lady was, not the one. She started a magazine. It's a black magazine. Some of you may have heard this story. She said she had difficulty getting financing. She talked to over I don't know if she said 100 or 1,000 banks until she found the one that would finance her magazine. That's the reality for us. Now, what I will tell you, in the context of what we were talking about in this workshop, you can put together an alliance that helps with that. Whether the alliance is with a majority firm or not. And I really hate to get into these kinds of tactics because values are wrapped around it. But you can hire majority people to do sales work for you, so that at least the deal is cooked and baked and people are bought in before they realize anything else. Okay? But what I would tell you, at least for me, I'm like, I can sleep well at night knowing that I was my authentic self. I represented who I am. I stand behind my product. I'm doing the work that we're talking about on this call. I know what's going on with my competitors. And when I get that customer that sees this and recognizes this, that's going to be the one that's going to be a fantastic relationship. And because I do know in this industry, it's a herd mentality that once I get the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the rest of them are gonna come. And oh, by the way, and you can chalk this up to arrogance, cockiness, experience, and other kinds of things. For those folks that still have their bias and they don't want to do business with me, good. Thank you for identifying yourself. I had a boss, great boss, ended up being a mentor. He says, Randall, if you ask me if I'm a racist, I would say yes. He said, I grew up in Oklahoma. I didn't have a lot of experience with Black people. Everything I got from TV, Good Times, and all those other kinds of things. What I read in the, what I read on the news that was exported, welfare queens and all that other kind of stuff. So I am a product of my upbringing. He said, what I ask of you is if you see me say or do anything that makes you feel uncomfortable or you feel is racist or anything else, I want you to call me out on it. Now, I haven't come across that many folks that have that level of humility, but I was sitting there and I was struck by it because at least I saw somebody that could say, yes, I am a racist. Yes, I may have a racist moment, but I don't mean to. So if he had that kind of grace in order to say that, I can have the grace to at least try and meet him halfway, because I do understand that this is a work in process. All of us on this call are part of the transformation. The better news for us is we bring a level of innovation that their companies need. They've been doing the same thing all this time, fitting the Einstein classic definition of insanity, and injecting 1, 2, 3% of what we do into their process makes the difference in the profitability of their companies. And oh, by the way, let's not forget about this, because they're finally getting smarter. We represent a huge customer base for them, because we're now seeing how to consolidate our buying dollar. So we just have to keep our megaphones up at 10, let people know what we are doing, do the work, okay, and just keep at it. I know that sounded like I was on my soapbox. That wasn't the specific answer to your question. I apologize, but I can't tell it any more than that from my experience. So, all right, let's keep moving. And great question. This is a safe place. Ask the questions. This is family. We support one another. We love on one another. We share best practices with one another. We advance the cause. HMSDC has always been like that. We hadn't been in person, so we might not have been feeling the love as much. If we got to do it virtually, we're going to do it this way. We're sharing expertise. We're sharing philosophies. We're sharing what's worked for us, and we're just going to go from there. Now, I have another exercise for you. This one's going to take a little bit longer, and it's kind of going to wrap up what we've been doing this morning. All right, so you'll probably need to noodle on this one a little bit more. What you see here, we're going to streamline this. I'm going to give you 10 minutes to work on this, but what you see here is an opportunity for you to actually just kind of note upon reflection in this conversation, once again, you all, you can go back and change this as you get more time to spend with these. You can change them. Just note, what is your core business? What are your core products or services? And oftentimes, if we talked about like with McDonald's and with FedEx, if your core business isn't what you're selling, then, that's one thing. If your core business is what you're selling, right? If your core business is staffing, your core business is staffing. All right. If your core products and services, whatever level of detail you want to do, because I do want to differentiate or make you aware that oftentimes your core product or service may not be your core business. Your core product could be staffing. Your core product or service could be the customer service level. And this one, I want you to think about what your customers are actually complimented you on. What do they say differentiated you? If they say your reporting, if they say your technical expertise, if they say your quality, whatever they claim, it really differentiates you, then I want you to kind of think that through. We talked about the 10 core business processes. I want you to kind of just jot down, what do you think are the actual ones that are core to driving this? Right now, you can leave this one blank, but I gave this to you as a reference. It's up to you. You could say, if we're talking about the infrastructure bill, you could say the federal government, but to the extent that the federal government is going to go after various states. So if you're multi-state, are you going at the state level? Are you going at the city level? Are you going at the county level? Are you going after contractors and primes that get those contracts? So you can kind of either put that there, or let me see, there's another place. We can skip this one. I mean, if you want, you can fill this in, because as I mentioned, this one was adapted from our Fortune 500 work. So here we're being a little bit more precise. But here you can put in where you want to target for the infrastructure or government business. And once again, you can fill it out in more detail as you like. Your target market, try and provide some kind of detail about who this is, what department they're in, what business unit they're in, what are some of the characteristics they're in. If it's construction, that's one thing. If it's if they are supporting the run and maintain part of the business, that's another. If they're supporting the a different business unit or function, that's another thing. So kind of think through who your actual target market is. Who do you want to pitch to, and be as precise as you can. And then likewise, we talked about the niche. I'm going to say that be even more specific. Don't say I want to do the IT department. Don't say I want to do the cloud computing department. Get as specific as you can with your niche. If you have to go out and do more research, go ahead and do that. And then as you reflect on it, it's like, okay, what does that look like? You may conclude that an alliance is your best strategy, but you're probably going to get some more insights once you do the other pieces. So take some time and yeah, okay. And here we talked about your company values. Some of you may already have your mission statements out there. If you like, just grab the link from your website and put that there. If you hadn't thought about that, you've got some work to do here. And then once again, because a lot of us, our company represents us. We are our brand. So the question then becomes, think about, how do you really and truly think about yourself, and how is that reflected in your in what you're taking to the marketplace, whether you're the face of the company or not. So we'll start back up on this at in 7 minutes. Just schedule wise, we're going to do a few shares after we finish this. So if anybody wants to share any of their thoughts or comments or observations on our session thus far, we're an hour and 45 minutes in. We're going to take a few of those, going to answer some questions, and then we'll take a 10-minute break. So sorry to push the bio break this late into the morning.
If you have any shares, and when we get to that point, please raise your hand so we can make sure we can get everybody's questions and comments and make sure everybody's heard. William Randall, did you have another comment, or is this from your raised hand is from your previous comment? Thank
Sorry,
you.
I just took it down.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah.
Now, I will compliment you all. What we've done in the last 45 minutes is probably the most difficult part of alliance work. This is why when folks talk to me about just jumping in, I'm like, wait a minute, wait, hold on. When I used to do data administration work, my database administrators say, if you automate a manual form, all you have is an automated form. You're just going to get to the wrong answer faster. So now you guys can begin to see where if you say, I'm going to take my existing business, and for those of you who have done the work, and a lot of this is stuff that you've already done and it's old hat, congratulations, more power to you, because you positioned yourself for great success. In my experience in doing that, that's probably less than 5% of the folks that I've trained. And now you can begin to see how jumping into a relationship without necessarily having thought through some of these things can get you in relationships that you don't want to be in. Okay. Now, a lot of us are smart enough and we have a skill set where, we can deal with change, but, and we become flexible and we can figure out how to make things work. What I can tell you, my background is do it right the first time. It's cheaper to do it right the first time than it is to do it over and over and over and over. And in this case, the reason I think this is valuable and it's the hard work is because we're talking about the foundations of your business. If you hadn't identified your core and you're trying to develop relationships, then you're setting yourself up for a really expensive venture. Now, some people, discover their core as they get into these relationships, and that might be a nice discovery if you choose to pivot. Okay, because you can make it work with whatever you're doing and go from there. But the idea now, if you're spending the time in this session to really and truly understand how to go to market, so that you actually have a lot of confidence in your go-to-market strategy, the work that you've done here in its abbreviated form advantages you. And oh, by the way, when you actually go out to meet and greets, because you're going to get some handouts on that as well, your ability to qualify prospective partners just went up by an order of magnitude. Just FYI, because you're going to be listening for different things now. All right. Maya, you want to see if we got some volunteers for a couple of shares? Your observations on this morning and some of the exercises?
Nope, nobody's shy. So come on with some shares, especially with this group. Okay, Nanette, I see your hand. Go ahead.
Okay, so on the core business, I looked at that from two perspectives. One for small businesses and medium-sized businesses that we do business with, and then from a federal government perspective, because the core business is a little bit different. From a business perspective, we provide accounting services, but our core business is educating business owners on their financial numbers so that they can make data-driven business decisions. So that is our core. We are educating our clients on their finances. So when they're making business decisions, it's data-driven and it's, smart decisions. From a federal perspective, it's more providing analysis on financial data to drive efficiencies in departments and to quantify the results of programming. So those were the two that we've identified as our core business value.
That is cool. As the company size evolves, you might be forced to put those in two separate business units.
Mm-hmm.
For the exact same reasons that federal contractors have the different business units. Because for you to comply with FARs and DARs and all those other kinds of things, especially in the services that you're offering, and how you contract with subs and other kinds of things, that becomes a pretty big lift. Okay. And then for your other piece, working with business owners to help us stay on top of our financials, your messaging and other kinds of things are going to be different. But the fact that those two are very clean for you is really cool, because I could actually see and hear. I get it, and I can see what you would need to scale in each one of those. So that's very insightful. Thanks for the share.
William Randall, you had a question that you put in the chat. Do you want to talk to Randall D about that? Randall Dobbins?
My question was about identifying the problem and being able to validate it. So the question, I'll just read it. How do you validate that you have properly identified the problem the corporation believes it needs to solve, and your proposed solution is something the corporation believes is valuable or agreeable or will address the problem as they see it?
Okay, this is twofold. You're going to find this in the government space as well as the corporate space. The first thing is, as the business owner, you have to do your research. You can do that either by when you actually meet folks at networking events or wherever you meet them, you ask them outright. If I find it, I have a handout to kind of actually help with this. There's a 5-part step to this. But in general, when you're in this portion, William, it's about listening. So you can do your research on the customer. You can go to their websites. You can look at their annual reports. You can look at their letters to shareholders, and you can first understand at a macro level what's going on. And then as you meet people with the company, it's not so much about selling them on anything as opposed to getting a picture of the day in the life. What's their reality? What are they struggling with? This is one of those things where your ability to do your own diagnostic and listen to what they tell you, it's as a friend of mine likes to say, for those of us that are in relationships, it's kind of like understanding what it is your spouse says they need for you to do or stop doing to make them happy. Okay. It's like, as salespeople, we know what we want to sell. So the idea is, what is the information we need to get to figure out what we need to sell? What I want you to take the shift on is coming back and going, what actually is my customer telling me? What are they actually sharing? Where is this coming from? Because when you figure that out, you can do two things. One, you can figure out whether or not you need to be selling to them. And then secondly, they just gave you the words to use to sell to them. So in this case, to validate it, it starts with listening. And then when you reflect back to them what you heard and how your products and services align with that, that's where your validation is going to come from. There are some people that will tell you that there may be some third-party validation that you can get. What I will tell you is, for what we do, the market is your validation. And that's going to come in a couple of different ways. Customers are either going to agree that what you are doing is what they want, even though you may not come to agreement on the sales price. That's a different dimension. Is it what they want, and is it at a value that they can afford? And be specific here. I did not say a price. Is it at a value that they can afford? In the federal government space, or in the government space, depending on the relationship that you develop with people there, you might be able to sell based on value, but you more than likely are going to be selling on price. And when that occurs, especially in a competitive bid situation, then you've got to make sure you are selling what the market is asking for. A lot of times, you can verify your information because in universities are probably the best at this. You can actually see some of the proposals from your competitors. They'll leave those out there for some of their recent awards, and you can see what they bought previously or what some other folks may have done, and you can see if what you are offering lines up against that. Yeah, there you go.
Barbara Charles, you had a question, and then Nanette, you'll be next.
Let's see. Not really a question, more of a share. Just want to say thank you so much, Randall, for just challenging us to take a deep dive into what our core business is. And of course, I'm with Perfection Staffing, staffing and staffing. So you think, okay, what could your core business be? But you challenged me to really take a hard look at that and know that it may sound cliche, but impeccable customer service has to be at the core of the business, because once the courtship is over, once the honeymoon is over, and we're providing the candidates to the client, we still have to be known for what we do. You know, Perfection Staffing, we like to say we take a unique hand-holding approach. Even after we've placed the candidate, we strive for perfection. That's our motto, and that's our mantra. That's what we live by. So I just want to say thank you so much for challenging us, and you caused me to take that deeper dive, to know that staffing is the service that we offer, but it's not who we are. We are a staffing agency that truly strives for perfection. We offer a unique hand-holding approach. We will be there for you after the courtship, after the honeymoon, and you've had different relationships with other agencies, but we're building that relationship. And we also want to offer education and training for some of the things that the employee may not, the client may or may not know. So I just want to share that. Thanks again. Kudos to you. You caused me to take a deeper dive. I appreciate it.
Barbara, I love that. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I guess what I'd recommend to you on that one is just come back and say, and we do that at 20% overall lower total cost.
There you go.
Look at your staffing budget and who else you're doing business with, but because our strive for perfection means lower turnover and a whole host of other kinds of things, our people are better equipped. Your staffing budget is going to go 20% farther.
Thank you for that.
Pick your number. It may not be 20, but still.
Nanette, did you have a share or comment? Thank you, Barbara.
I had a question for Randall, because a lot of the MBEs on the call, we're looking at doing these teaming agreements to go after these federal contracts. And some of us are going, to research prior projects that have been awarded, and what the competitors submitted and what they were asking for in the RFP. Is that kind of when you talk about knowing what your customers, can you talk a little bit about, from a federal contracting standpoint, what's the best way to figure out who you should be doing business with?
Okay, I don't have a clear, succinct answer for that one, Nanette, because the federal government has not been a target of mine. They probably should be. Okay. But the process that I would undertake would be, and let's talk about it from a business partner blueprint point of view. One of the things that I do know from a strategic alliance perspective is that between the um, MDAs, Minority Development Authorities, I think they just made those permanent. I know they do quite a bit of education pieces. I know that FEMA, interestingly enough, when they mobilize and they call these meetings together and they talk about all these opportunities, that one of the biggest issues they have in trying to get business to MBEs is that a lot of us don't necessarily have bonding capability. We don't have this, that, and the other, and whatnot. So I would want to talk to FEMA to see if I couldn't figure out how to be on panel when they go in to do these meetings, where I could talk to folks about how to put relationships together that can support a FEMA contract. I mean, that's kind of the approach that I would take as I think through what the government does. And you can see in that that's going to point me to a number of different places. HMSDC has been great in alerting us to different types of activities that are going on. The trick then becomes, okay, where do I need to go? Do I need to go to the university? Do I need to go to the city? Do I need to go to the county? Do I need to go to the state? Who's going to be using what I want, and where can I go and get a contract that positions me for what's either currently going on or coming down the pike? And then the other option, because this is what happened with me with Fluor. When I set up Dobbins International, we initially did utility pole line hardware. This was right after Hurricane Katrina. Fluor had one of those big contracts, and we walked right into Fluor's government business. We had developed a relationship with Wesco Distribution, and we were able to get a multi-million-dollar contract probably in about 45 days. So I used the prime as the avenue because I knew that they had the business. But I knew that in the case of Katrina, they had to rebuild all of South Central Louisiana, everything that went on the utility poles. So the research has been kind of, staying aware of what's going on in the news, understanding how the money was going to be moved. Is it going to be moved through block grant, or is it going to be moved through, federal? Is it going to be moved to the states? How's it going to be moved? And then I started figuring out who the players were, and I figured out whether or not I could go direct to whatever the entity was, or if I had to go through another party to get there. Is that helpful? Okay, all right.
Lloyd, do you have a question, comment, share?
Yeah, I guess more of like a question and a comment. Number one, thanks for putting this on. It's great information. Also, thank you for the gumbo references. I'm from Louisiana, so I can appreciate that. I wanted to kind of start off by just making a comment. One of my good friends, he made a statement. He's a small business owner as well. And he made the statement that one of the problems that we as small business owners have is that we spend time trying to make money in our business, but we don't do the things that make money for our business. So we kind of like run in circles, and we're on this hamster wheel, and we're just working hard. Does not mean that you're working smart. I wanted to get your take on this. I guess this comparison. I was just having a conversation with someone. I was mentioning the difference between something you mentioned earlier, the difference between price, price and cost, right? Because we're in we're in Black History Month right now, right? And so you go back in the 60s and you saw a Black person sitting in a previously segregated restaurant with a cup of coffee, and you ask that Black person, what is the price of that coffee? That would be a very different answer as to what is the cost of you drinking that coffee, what you had to go through to get to that coffee.
Great question. Let me address the first item you mentioned. Are you working in your business or working on your business? I'm paraphrasing, Lloyd. But if you go back to the 10 core processes, that handout, if you notice, the option between 1 to 10 is whether it's manual or automated. And you'll notice in order to get a 10, it says it's automated and you're managing by exception. Now, we didn't spend a lot of time talking about management by exception as a business philosophy or business strategy, but the basic idea is this, okay? And think of it like you think of the fuel tank on your car. You are pretty comfortable driving your car until that yellow indicator light comes on that says you need gas, right? Now, unlike your tire pressure and unlike your oil, where you might need to do that probably before that indicator comes on, with gas, it's like, you know what, as long as I do it within the whatever time period I have when that light comes on, I'm not really worried about doing any harm to the business. The car isn't going to run any better, you know, if I have more gas or less gas. And the issue is when I have no gas. So when you start talking about managing by exception, you're saying that in those 10 core processes, I've defined the process well enough. I've got my people trained. It's running on automatic. And from a management point of view, I've set some flags. I've set some triggers, like, you know, 2 gallons left in the tank. It might be a good time to go get gas. I've set a trigger so that I know this process needs to be looked at. That then sets you up so that when you do go get money, you're not losing money on servicing the contract because you have all these manual processes. Okay. That's why when you really do the diagnostic around those 10 core processes and you think through which ones, A, will get you more customers, B, drive more profitability, C, enhance your core, you've gotten to what you can do to address that part of the question that you raised. Now, to the second part, and refresh my memory because my brain flashed. The second part of the question was?
Yeah, the second part was more so your take on price versus cost.
Yes. Okay, thanks. My apologies. Should have wrote it down. So it's more prevalent in the private sector than the public sector, but it does come into play in the public sector when you start looking at sole source contracts. Okay. When you start talking about sole source contracts, or you're talking about them limiting the number of people that they invite to participate, it's because they have a unique skill set, a unique delivery model. They have something else that's custom to what the government is asking for, in which case, and it's not so much driven by price when you get to that scenario. Okay. Not that many people can build an F-15. Okay. But the concept is very simple in this regard. When we talk about the cost of something, we start saying based on the defined requirements, if you were to go and buy this is the cost, this is the price of what it's going to cost. So I go in, I walk into the store, and I buy something, and that was the cost, that was the price. The value, on the other hand, in the context from procurement perspective is everything that goes around it. Okay. You can say, all right, if I bring, and I'll do a product first and then services secondly. If I bring a product into the warehouse, I paid $1 for it. I might have paid 5% for transportation. I might have paid another 3% for the cost of the warehouse. I might have paid another 2% for the people in the warehouse. I might have paid another 1% for the warehouse to get it out to the field or wherever it was going to be deployed. I might have paid some money for it to be put into the manufacturing process. I might have paid money for accounting to process that invoice. I might have paid money to cut that check. I might have to actually pay for whatever maintenance is required on that widget for the life cycle of it in my process. Now we start getting a total cost. Where that becomes significant from a supply chain management and strategic sourcing point of view is that when you start squeezing down all those other costs, that benefit drops to the bottom line and companies make more money. And they're prepared to make that trade-off, even if they have to buy the item at a higher price or cost. Okay. So when we go back to services, similar idea. If I bring the service in, let's say service involves people. What do I have to do for that person to come in? Do I have to provide safety training? Okay, so if I only have to provide it once, I don't have to provide it every time they come in. That's an additional consideration. If I have to get them onboarded, if I have to provide an office space for them, if I have to provide some type of clocking system for them to get in and out of my facility, if I have to have special staff to address that, if they are invoicing me individually or weekly as opposed to a summary billing and somebody giving me this all at once, if I have to map all of their billing requirements into my accounting system because I got some complicated, convoluted accounting system, then somebody that can actually show me how to do all of that and lower my overall total cost, then that is worth it if I might pay a premium in the price. So that's what we're getting at. For government work, typically because they typically buy on lowest price. What is common in this space is that you can submit an alternate proposal, and an alternate proposal could be a total cost proposal where you say, I understand the process that you're trying to do. I understand what you put in the RFP. We're bidding on that, but we're giving you this as an alternate consideration because we think you're going to save more money for the taxpayers if you actually chose to do it this way. Now, the risk you have with that is somebody goes, yeah, you're right. That's brilliant. We're going to go out to market with your RFP because we went out to bid with it the wrong way first. So you have to be careful about that. But when you feel really good about what you're doing and how you put it out there, that is a strategy where they can begin to look at whether or not they can single source to you or whatnot because you're doing something fundamentally different than the way they had thought about it. And you might be uniquely positioned to do it.
All right, I appreciate that. That was a great answer. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. All right, gang, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. We went a little longer. My apologies for letting us go longer. So we're gonna whatever your watch says, we're gonna be back in 10 minutes. All right. And for those of you like me, you can just watch your screen here. So see you shortly. All right, everyone. How you feeling? Everyone doing pretty good? Energy level good?
Oh, yes.
Yep,
Oh,
we're
yes.
back.
Right.
All right. We went slow to go fast. So the party starts now, all right? So let's actually spend more time talking about how you go through the process of picking vendors, picking potential partners. And we talk about it in terms of a 6-step process, 6 stages. What is the opportunity? How do you develop a relationship? How do you structure it? How do you negotiate it? How do you market it? And how do you manage it? And in this case, let's talk about, why would you even do one of these things? So we're going to get into the definition, why you would do one, and then we're going to talk more about actually how to do it. So we talk about an alliance, and especially a strategic alliance. In short, is a strategy is nothing more than a decision. It's nothing more than a choice. We put a lot of weight on that word, but the reality is it's nothing more than a choice or a decision. And so in this case, what we are saying is, if I'm going to link the next 3 to 5 years of my business, that makes it strategic, because I don't want to waste time if it's not going to be with me for a while. Now, when we start talking about alliances, project alliance and other kinds of alliances, they may not necessarily be strategic. So in this case, I am open to other business combinations that can serve a specific purpose and time limited. Now, interestingly enough, if you know how to do this, you'll know how to do the others.
We're not able to see your screen, Randall, if you're sharing.
Oh, well, that's kind of painful. My apologies. Go back. I'll speed through this, but all right. So as I mentioned, there are 6 steps here. And we're going to cover each one of these, so you don't have to take copious notes on this. We are going to cover each one of them. And the first one we talked about is opportunity. And with an opportunity, the question is, what is an alliance? How do you form one? And why would you do it? And then we talk about these are agreements. The way we want to differentiate them is, a lot of times your partner isn't really prepared to commit a lot of resources. What really defines this is the amount of resources that both people are putting into it. For you, if it's strategic, you can expect that it's going to take 20 to 40% of your time to manage it. You should expect that. So the question becomes, does that level of resource, generate the kind of benefit you need for your business, which is why we link it to about a 3 to 5 year goal for it to be strategic. Now, you can get into other definitions of the word strategy. You may strategically use a relationship to get into a new market, even though that relationship may not survive. That's a nuanced definition. I tend to link it to the long-term success of your business. But the point being that if you know how to do these, then you also know how to come back and do ones that are opportunity-driven, project-driven. They solve specific problems. So then let me kind of just draw a distinction between the comparison between these. What I would say to differentiate this, if you take the example of just somebody building a website, that would be the example, like if you went to web.com and had them build a website for you, that's a routine buy and sell agreement. Now, if you develop the relationship to the point where they build the website, they host it, they're maintaining the site, and they're actively managing the site content. So, they are actually knowing a little bit more about your business, your brand values, and they are actively managing your content. Then I would say you have a much deeper relationship with them. Okay. So we would call that to be kind of an alliance. And then when we start looking at whether it's strategic, the long-term buy-sell arrangement for a core business activity. So in this case, say web.com was managing your website. Well, let's say your website theoretically was responsible for 50% of your customers and sales. Okay. If you had an e-commerce business and 50% of it was that way, then the alliance partner might be responsible for the web experience, the whole e-commerce experience, everything it took, the shopping cart and so forth. And you might focus on production and fulfillment. And then you would consider having a cost sharing arrangement and whatnot. And you can see in this case, if you don't do your part, their part of the business is affected. If they don't do their part, yours is affected. That's when you really have a sense of, are we mutually codependent, or on one another, or interdependency, or what? But there's a dependency there. We can still operate as separate entities. We can do our own thing, but for the sake of this relationship, there's a lot more commitment involved. So that's how we differentiate those three different ones. Some examples: AT&T and Apple. People remember when the iPhone first came out? AT&T had them exclusive. AT&T could have manufactured the hardware. They had deals in China with HTC and whatnot. But think about this. AT&T's core business is the wires. It's not long distance. It's the wires. It's their infrastructure. It's their fiber. So if you recall, everybody had to switch over to a data plan. You couldn't use analog. It had to be digital. We all had to get rid of our analog cell phones, and you had to have a digital contract for $30 when you first got the iPhone. So AT&T built their core by forcing more throughput through the wires, a higher volume that took up less space, and they could drive more profit on that. Apple was trying to go with a new form factor. Steve Jobs said that the iPhone represented an extension of your arm in terms of communicating with the world. They really didn't have much penetration in the mobility space or doing anything like that. All they had was the first Mac, the Apple IIe, the first machine, and it was thought of as mostly a boutique university kind of gig with some appeal towards the creative types. Ford and Rivian. This one's interesting. Rivian is a battery manufacturer. Ford knew that they weren't going to get into battery manufacturing initially. They've since canceled this relationship. Ford took an equity stake in Rivian. They made about $4 billion when they sold their shares. They still have some. They decided they were going to start developing their own battery technology. Rivian has since gone public, and Rivian will be powering a lot of Amazon's fleet. But you can see strategically why this one made sense for both companies at the time. Ford gave Rivian cachet. Rivian gave Ford access to a technology that they didn't have. That once again, they're leveraging both of their core businesses. Here, the core business was Apple's ability to design and enhance a user experience. Here, Ford and Eddie Bauer. This is more about marketing. For Ford, because a lot of people associated themselves with the Eddie Bauer brand at the time, they could attract a market that they weren't attracting, people who probably would have gone more towards Lexus or other high-end vehicles. Ford could bring them in at a lower cost, but with a higher aesthetic sensibility, or for folks that love that Eddie Bauer brand. Eddie Bauer got access to folks who probably wouldn't have walked into their store, but because they saw it in a Ford truck, they now know who they are and will go and buy their products. Spotify and Uber. Most of us don't really give a care when we're in a ride share, but think about this. Your Uber driver says, "Hey, look, you give me your playlist, and while we're driving, we can listen to that." And now for Uber, you can potentially, once people know that you can do that for their commute, that's attractive. For Spotify, you get to expose more people to your product just by doing something that they do on a regular basis, get into a ride share. HP and Disney. Disney was not trying to get into the technology business. This one goes back to Mr. Hewlett, Mr. Packard, and Walt Disney. HP was leading edge, which is why a lot of HP's graphics are always pretty huge. McDonald's and Martin Brower. Bear in mind, McDonald's is a franchise business. They don't have warehouses. Martin Brower, if you've seen these trucks, that MB, that is their logistics company. That's where the food is procured. That's where the trucking is. That's where all the warehousing is. You will see Martin Brower so integrated with the McDonald's point of sale system that they know when to have product in the store. Other than milkshakes, you rarely have McDonald's running out of food. So think of the nature of that relationship. Starbucks and Barnes Noble, who doesn't love to have a cup of coffee while they're reading? So if I can go read and have Starbucks as my choice, all right. So I put this in there. This isn't so specific in terms of government work, but it is specific when you start thinking about how does an alliance complement what you do, because none of these are really and truly competing with the other. Now, there are examples where people are competing with one another. I didn't put any of those in this deck. We can probably talk about those a little later, but that's why we talk about knowing what your core is so that you don't negotiate away your core, or you can put better controls in to protect your intellectual property when you're working with a competitor. One of the best examples for competitors, and you'll see the way they do this, is a lot of the joint ventures for companies like Toyota and General Motors created Saturn. So they just put the intellectual property in a third company. Big Oil will go in together on offshore platforms. They'll strategically do that to do cost sharing. So you'll see a lot of that going on among MBEs, Chemical Maze, GM, Chrysler, and Ford. Had two companies that they wanted to bolt together that were competitors, but they put together a third company for chemical manufacturing or chemical distribution and processing. So that was a way to do that. You can do it without having to form another company or an agreement, but you just want to be very clear about what goes into that relationship if you're working with a competitor. It can be done. It can be good for your business, just FYI. So why do you do this? You do it to reduce costs. Less of the money to go after a customer segment comes out of your budget. You don't necessarily have to foot the entire bill because you're sharing the costs with a potential partner. Your partner may have access to technology that you don't have. If you partner with the right folks, you can keep some of your competitors out. You can do this to go into a new market. You can do it to go to market faster. You can do it to have access to research and development that it doesn't make sense for you to have, or you can actually, get access to a license or a technology that you can potentially co-brand if you're into white labeling, or you can just improve your overall quality. So these are some of the reasons, and here, if you look at this, this is what represents an opportunity for what this can mean to your business. Some of the key attributes you can get out of it is it should actually help your agility. It should actually help your cost structure. It should bring more resources to you. It should increase your capacity and your speed to market. And the difference between agility and speed to market, agility is how nimble you are and how you can manage multiple priorities. Speed is how quickly you can actually get it done. So you have to be nimble and oftentimes fast. Now, when we talk about forming these, there is a big issue here, and we're going to get into this a little bit more in terms of some of the legal issues going on. But I do recommend that you touch base with legal counsel. And Nanette, you'll appreciate this. I keep telling people, you always, as a business owner, want to have a good accountant and a good lawyer. One keeps you from going bankrupt, and the other one keeps you from going to jail. All right. Now, for those of you who say, I hate lawyers, this, that, and the other, so forth and so on, what I will tell you is deals don't get done between lawyers. And this is going to come up in about another 10 or 15 minutes. What the lawyer is there to do is to protect your interests and to make sure that the paperwork represents the deal that you struck with the fellow business owner. So there's no reason to get into not trying to find one that can help you. I will add banker and insurance agent to that list. Yes. Absolutely. If Mr. Miles is on here, then insurance definitely, because you need to be protected. But still, what I want you to think through is, there are cost-effective ways to do this, but you always want to make sure that you've got that kind of input, because you're becoming savvy CEOs. And if you say, I don't have a good accountant, I don't have a good insurance company, I don't have a good lawyer, good CPA, whatever, good banker, then I can measure, what's going on with your business and how seriously you do take it. Now, for those of you that, say you don't need it, more power to you, good luck. But, I told you here, these are serious relationships, and you want to go in it with every opportunity for success. And not having those things in place is going to cost you at some point. So let's see, we took our first break already. Let's get into relationship, because a lot of us struggle with this one. How do we find a partner? How do we build a relationship? So in this case, the first issue I want you to think about is when you're picking a partner, you have to decide if it's the right time for you personally, and if it's the right time for your business. You want to make sure you have the financial resources. I'm going to go into these in a little bit more detail. You got to make sure you've got the human capital. You need to know who you talk to in your darkest hours. What is your support network in order to make this work? And then you got to make sure that this is somebody you actually can and want to do business with. All right. So when we start talking about the timing, is the market looking for what you're offering professionally and personally? Does this work for you? Professionally, if you're fighting fires, it could be a challenge. Personally, a lot of us right now on this call are in the sandwich generation. We're taking care of parents and children, either young children or children we didn't expect to be home at this point in their lives. So with all of that going on, can we take on allocating 20% of our time or more to another kind of relationship? For client receptivity, we're actually in a good shape here. The federal government is interested a little bit more in this, but we have to be clever and artful about how we represent these, what they do. In some cases, we make it obvious. In other cases, we make it transparent. And what I mean by that is you can go to market as your company, but you can have your and Apple and AT&T is the prime example. You go into the AT&T store. The relationship between AT and Apple is transparent to you. You really don't care. You're going to the AT&T store, and likewise with the Apple store. So it's transparent to you which is which. And each one stands on their own. So in this case, you may decide that you want to go in with your alliance partner, or you may need to go in on your own, but you've got the relationship and the contract in place with your alliance partner doing what they need to do. If we go back to the website example, I'm not going to co-brand with both companies. If one's doing the fulfillment and one's doing the e-commerce piece, I'm going to brand under one of them. Okay. And then you need to know the organizational impact. Because these kind of relationships are going to have an impact on your available resources. From a financial perspective, clearly, whose checkbook are we working from and how much? So what are the funding requirements to make this thing work? And what is the relative financial strength and capacity? One of the things that comes up in this is oftentimes as small business owners, we don't want to share our finances. It isn't so much that we're faking it until we're making it. It's more that they're just private. All right. But if you're talking about this kind of relationship, you have to decide how important this is. So in some cases, you can use a neutral third party. You can have somebody like a Nanette or somebody else come back and say, look, I'll review these and I can tell you the combined capacity without disclosing, the details about any one of the partners. So you can find a way to do this if you want to get it done. There are options available. And you might decide if you need to have some advisory services as well, to figure out what additional financial resources are available to you to actually get this thing off the ground, make it work. And more importantly, once it's operating, understanding what the cash flow requirements are for an ongoing and operating basis, because you got to get past the formation, and then you've got to set a reasonable expectation of what the financial resources is going to be for some time period. If it's going to take you 6 months to land a deal, 3 months or 6 months or a year to implement, to mobilize and implement, how does that work? Where does that come from? Human capital. Who's going to be deployed to the organization? Are you going to have bits and parts of people working with the alliance, or are they going to be doing something different? Now you can see how with your core business and how you've aligned your company, where this comes in. What is the impact? Can you double down somebody's workload and still expect them to love you and be productive? All right. You do not want the great resignation to occur because this wasn't handled and thought through, before you got into it. And this can kill your business if a key resource says, look, I never signed up for this. I don't want to do this. That gets you into the longer term HR implications. I talk about organizational design and effectiveness because depending on what you set up, especially if it's some type of manufacturing process, what does it actually mean for you to bring on that additional capacity to service contracts that somebody brought to you? You guys are going out and looking at how does that work? And then as you evaluate an alliance partner, how do you self-assess their ability to do these things? And therein, do you believe that what they are representing to you that they can do, you actually can evidence this based on what you see? All right. Support networks. So where are you getting your information from about who you can potentially partner with and what do the opportunities look like for them? Do you have mentorships and advisors that are available to you, that are available to the alliance itself? A lot of people are making this up as you go. You do not want to do this in a vacuum. You do not want to do this in isolation. You want to continually get information, feedback from as many sources as you can so that you can stay sharp. You can bring new ideas and thinking to the relationship to drive greater results. You do want to get papered up. You do not want to do this with a handshake. Okay? So get papered up. Even if it's a matter of having taking minutes of meetings, establishing a memorandum of understanding, those two, and I'm not giving legal advice, those two are not legally binding. But if you get to a point in arbitration or anything else where you're trying to represent, where you're trying to recall what the intent or what the representations were, then when you record those and you share those, there is a paper trail. Now, I would tell you to go ahead and get the contract set, and I'm going to give you an outline for a contract template in a little bit, but you need to make sure you get papered up, all right? Now, let's talk about partner compatibility. It is important that you understand their management style. If they're a taskmaster, that might be great for you. If they are blue sky and big picture, that might be great for you. The issue is, what is it? All right. And then you can assess whether it's great for you or not. Market expertise. In some cases, you may not need for them to have market expertise, but you do want to assess what level of market expertise do they have, because if you're going into a meeting with them, you need to have a good sense of what are they bringing to the table. Are they bringing some insights that that is helpful to build out the relationship, or are they going to lean on you more for that because you need them to do something else? The primary examples, a lot of people source product from China and they have really deep relationships with them and beyond a buy-sell relationship. What the market in that case might be whatever the technology is. They may be an expert in the technology they're delivering, where you might be an expert with the customer and the customer market itself. So just what's important there. Trust. What I will tell you with trust is it's in doing this work, I would caution you to talk about whether or not somebody is or is not inherently trustworthy. What I would tell you is look yourself in the mirror and think through, what do you need for trust? Some people take trust from a perspective I trust everybody until you give me a reason not to trust you. So I will assume that because you're a professional, that you're going to do what you say you're going to do. And until you don't, then I don't have a reason to question anything. The other side of that is I don't trust anybody. And until they do what they say they're going to do and they consistently do it, then I might begin to open the door to trust. Now, here's how that plays out in this scenario. If you are more if you assume that people are more trustworthy and you open to trust, then you might get into a relationship quicker than someone who has a lot of reluctance to trusting. And it could cost them business because they never found anybody that they felt like they could trust. Now, neither is right or wrong. It's where are you coming from and how does it affect how you are interacting with the person that's in the room with you? So, to thine own self be true. You want to self-assess where you're coming from in order to make that assessment. So that's what I will tell you on that one. And for the people that really and truly are not trustworthy, they'll make themselves clear long before you get into a deal with them. just FYI. All right. So let's go to your next workshop opportunity. This one's pretty easy. We're talking about partner contributions here. That's in the link. And in this case, as you think about what you're looking to do, just put a check mark besides what do you actually need from a partner. And you can come back to this, and I've put some space there if you need to add some more. This is not all inclusive, but in terms of making it work, you can kind of get a good idea. And what I'm trying to do on this is just kind of focus your thinking a little bit more on if I'm thinking about what do I actually need from if I'm thinking about entering to a relationship relative to everything we worked on this morning, what do I really need from somebody? And this could point you to different partners for different things. That's okay.
Hey, Randall, can I ask you a quick question?
Certainly.
When you partnered with that, I think it was Wesco for the floor job.
Yep.
How did you manage that relationship so that you can avoid that dreaded characterization of a pass-through? And how did you demonstrate your value as a smaller company when working with that larger company? And I'll go back on mute now.
Yeah. So first thing was, if you step into my actual masterclass, and for anybody that's interested, I do have a discount that I'm offering everybody on the phone on this call for that program, and that includes more detail about what we've gone through, and we talk about managing the Fortune 500 and whatnot. I talk about subject matter expertise and domain expertise. So two things happened in my relationship with Wesco. The first one is I had subject matter expertise. So I really didn't need Wesco to go into a meeting with me or anything else. Only thing I need to say was that I had the logistics support of a $4 billion company with 350 locations with a $700 million line of credit that could deploy product anywhere in the continental US. Okay. But because people were talking to me, I never got the pass-through question because there was never any issue of whether or not I ran the business and whether it was Dobbins International at that time before we became Diversity Works. The second thing that we did was we carved out a different line of business that Wesco didn't do. So Wesco was heavy on the business when we first got started, but then I started creating pockets of business that Wesco didn't do, so that when somebody actually came and did a site visit and they were looking at what we had to do, I had inventory of products that Wesco didn't have. I had other manufacturers for products that we were offering that I didn't source from Wesco, and you could then see even from any other perspective, that it was an actual separate business. So that was my belt and suspenders. The first was subject matter expertise. The second was creating a business independent of that. So if we go back with what we were talking about earlier, if you're talking about staffing and you see where customer service is what your true core product is, then if you were to have an alliance with a Manpower or someone else, because you have your own internal customer service team, because you might be picking up some things that you can't get from Manpower or anyone else, or you may decide that you need to partner with some other folks, some boutique firms, you now see that it passes the smell test as to whether or not it's a front or a pass-through business. But there is a risk there. It's a great question. That is a risk, and there are things you need to do to make sure that that you can say, no, this is a standalone business, that they are core to us. They are important to us. We do see this in office supplies where a lot of people like Staples and other folks have set up businesses to do that. We've seen in a lot of reseller businesses. Worldwide Technology started off as a reseller for Cisco and Hewlett Packard and Dell and a whole host of those folks. But you can look at their business model right now, and you can see that those relationships, while key, Worldwide Technologies now, I don't know where they are, 11 or 14 billion. No, they actually have their own standalone kind of thing going on right now.
So got you. So in summary, basically have other products and services in your own internal customer services, and internal customer service, to make sure that you can avoid that horrible label, correct?
Correct. Absolutely. Be sure to build out some type of, because your core competency in your business shouldn't be what you're sourcing from that prime. If it is, you're not differentiated. All right, let's talk about building the relationships. Great question. Thank you for that. When we talk about building the relationships, some of the big things we have to deal with are who's accountable, what level of collaboration do we have, what level of empowerment does each person have? Do we even require loyalty? I would tell you, do not get into a relationship where there's no mutual respect and where you haven't really established what your basis of trust is going to be and if it's being honored. In this case, you want to make sure that in building that relationship, your communications are timely, and kind of as like the question that Mr. Fontaine just asked, that you've got distinctive competency, so that there is some level of respect that you can have going on, because people recognize that you're competent in different things, or that your competencies may play out differently in the same thing, that you do have a champion for the relationship. More often than not, that's going to be you and your alliance partner, whether that's the owner, the general manager, or whoever it is. You need to make sure you have a champion, because your champion is going to make sure that whatever commitment that they have represented indeed gets done. All of us hate to work with somebody who can't deliver on what they said they were going to do. We hate that. Tops down alignment, it's less of an issue in flatter organizations like a lot of ours, but you want to make sure that there is alignment. You don't want this to just be some idea that somebody cooked up and then nobody in the company knows anything about it, because that's going to be a red flag right off the bat, that when you have an issue, if that person's not available, that nothing's going to get done. You do want to try and make sure that you announce this within your organization and within your partner's organization, that this is something that you take seriously. If you go back to what we talked about earlier this morning around business strategy, that in getting your people aligned with the priorities for the business, you want to make sure that you've got some type of formal communication that says, hey, we are serious about this. We're moving forward. We a good portion of our business is going to rely on this. On the personal side, what we're talking about for your personal, how you actually go about building this, and I do have a handout for you on this. We talk about formulate it, act on it, work on it. This is, think through who you need to partner with. On the one hand, some of these are going to come to you. On the other hand, you're going to seek these people out. It's better if you seek them out. So then the idea is, okay, as you formulated, who are you seeking out? How do you engage with them? What are the actions you're going to take? Are you going to go to a meeting? Are you going to get on the phone and call them? Are you going to network with them on LinkedIn? Are you going to have somebody introduce you? And then you actually have to actually work it, because at this point, not only are you representing your brand, you're representing you as yourself or whomever you have in your organization to do this. It becomes personal quickly, especially when we throw in the trust component. As I mentioned, you've got a lot more detail here on the planning stages. Who do you need to know? What do they value? Who do you need to engage to increase your visibility? Where can you leverage your current relationships to get more awareness of your product and service with that individual? How do you actually contact them? Can you get a colleague to make an introduction? Who do you know that might have an existing relationship? How do you get ongoing contact and exposure? How do you add personal value to that relationship? How do you add business value to that relationship? This is going to be true with government buyers. You can't really take them out to lunch and do a whole host of things, but you can, when it comes to them, see where they are presenting and at conferences and networking events and other kinds of things. So you actually can begin to establish relationships with them or the end user or other folks, and they oftentimes will give you insight as to how to maneuver the procurement process. So let me get you another handout. I know we went through that awfully fast there, but I think the handout is going to help to crystallize a bit more of what precisely you need to do there. And in this case, there's not so much for you to fill out. You can use this one more as a reference tool. When you're at a networking event, here are some of the questions that you can ask people. Because bear in mind, you're qualifying folks. You're not selling yourself. You're qualifying people. Is this somebody I want to do business with? So, hey, who are they currently targeting? Because this could tell you whether or not they are servicing a market that you're interested in. What problems, do they solve? What are they most proud of in their business? This might tip you off as to what some of their cores are. You can ask them outright, relative to the priorities in their business, what's the most important to them right now? A lot of us on this call says right now we need more sales. A lot of us right now have more business than we can handle, so that really isn't our priority. I mean, it's a good problem to have, but a number of my clients, their issue is not getting business. Their issue is being able to service it. Do they currently have strategic alliances, and what's been their experience? A lot of us with HMSDC, 90% of the relationships we've tried failed, and we just don't trust folk no more. So, hey, just so you want to understand that going in, because that might create a trust hurdle that you just don't want to put the energy into. So there's some questions there and just a general idea of why this is important for you. So you've got that one. Let's keep moving. I thought it was going to take me 5 minutes to lay that out for you all, but not so much. All right. As you know, we are going through the 6 steps. So we've covered opportunity and relationship. Let's get into structure right now. And in this case, we're in the flyer, we talk more about MBE to MBE. But you heard me mention that when you start talking about alliances, you can, the first is, what is your criteria for it? Is it for a specific project? Might you consider, like we talked about with Chemical Maze or Saturn, would you look at a joint venture, the formation of a new company? JV in this case actually does have legal context in terms of creating a company. Alliances, you do not have to create a company. You can actually do this just by contract. So you may start off with a project when you might decide that there's more there and you want to further develop it. You may decide that the opportunity makes sense for you to create a joint venture or a new company. You may even decide down the road you may want to merge. All right. So you potentially have a roadmap here as to which of these or which one of these at what time in your business makes sense. And then you have other options between MBE to MBE, MBE to Prime, which was my relationship with Fluor, MBEs to women-owned business owners, LGBTQ, corporate government. One of my favorites, veterans. For those of you that don't know it, between veteran and service disabled, veteran-owned small business. The VA, even though they sometimes don't admit to it, they have the latitude to single source to a veteran or SDVOSB, and they also have the ability, and they're not limited to the number of awards they can give in a year. Now, some buyers, when you talk to them, will tell you, they have to competitively bid, and that's just become a practice of theirs. They're just being good stewards of public money. But in the regs, it isn't necessarily the case. So if you talk about that alternate proposal where you actually have really best value and they can see something unique, they do have some flexibility. They just want to make sure it doesn't blow back on them, on their bosses, when it becomes public knowledge, which it eventually will, that they didn't go out for bid on something. But it's one of those perks of a veteran-owned and service-disabled veteran-owned small business. So if you want to partner with one of those, that might be a good one. Strategic alliances, types of alliances, the criteria. When we start talking about customer success measures, how are you actually managing this relationship? You don't manage what you don't measure. So what is your criteria for success? Is it going to be number of contracts won? Is it going to be market share? Is it going to be sales? Is it going to be percent of manufacturing capacity? How are you actually defining what success looks like? Because oftentimes, surprisingly enough, success means different things to different folks. Don't just assume that we all have some universal degree of what success looks like. The bigger issue you run into, especially in our space here, is some people have a business as a hobby, and in this case, I mean hobby to be that they have no interest in a business being more than $1 million or $2 million. They'll run it maybe like a doctor's practice or a lawyer's practice, where they don't want a large staff. They don't want to glow nationwide. They don't want to go global. And so if they're chasing a Fortune 500 customer, or they're chasing a federal government one where you have to be deployed across the country, but somebody says, mine is a Houston-based business and I don't want to ever see it grow much bigger than that, then you might have a very different definition of success. So you want to make sure you understand that. What level of independence do we have? We talked about Apple and AT&T. They can independently go after customers. They can sell independent product lines and a whole host of other things. When I talked about my relationship with Wesco, I was relying on Wesco for utility pole line hardware, but I could go to other companies for other things. So I had a degree of independence that allowed me to go outside that relationship. What are your long and short-term goals? I would recommend that you actually time cap this relationship, set it at 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and force yourself to go back and renegotiate at the end of that time period. If you decide you're going to extend, more power to you, but don't just automatically sign up for a 10-year agreement. Be very deliberate about setting an expectation that causes you to go back and revisit the basis for forming the relationship, and if those conditions are still true later on down the road, because that then gives you the opportunity to rethink what it is you want to do and how you want to do it. Okay, Mr. Curtis, is a teaming agreement generally used on a specific project, or is it more of an open-ended agreement? What I would recommend is and this is it depends. I'd recommend you lay out the framework, which is why you've done a lot of this work. And then on a project by project basis, if you end up needing to do something different than what's laid out in the general agreement, you've created that framework. You have a general understanding. Now, you may have some trust issues where you may decide that you want to do some elements of your framework, like a foundation level, where there's a minimum standard that you're going to do regardless to how many different projects come up. And then as the unique requirements of a project comes up, you can do that as a scope of work that sits on top of the basic framework. But I would try and think through this, especially if it's strategic. What does it really look like for me to be in a relationship with this company? Let me define as much of that as I can, because now I know what my resource haul or my resource commitment is going to be. And then if there's something I need to do differently for a project, I can decide if I need to modify that agreement. No right or wrong approach on that one. It's just which is more comfortable for you and your prospective partner. Once again, we talked about these already. My apologies, gang. So here I'm going to drop a link here to give you a preview of the different structures that you can look at. All right. And what we're looking at in this case is we talk about a horizontal alliance where, in this case, everybody is core competent in something different. Okay. We talk about a vertical alliance where you and your supplier, you may actually be offering similar things that you're offering to the customer. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I'm sorry. Here, let me go with what's said here. So the way I'm with the horizontal, this is similar industries, similar products, similar services. So this might be the one that we talked about with oil and gas. All right. This one is where you might actually have different items. All right. And this one is where you may have different products and services, and you have a different partner for each one. So that goes on there. Then this is actually a little bit more detailed that I'm giving you in this verbal description, but you've got this. You can read up on it a little bit more. But then you can figure out your partner selection criteria, what exactly it is that you need from them in order to make that work. But more importantly on this one, what I'm asking you to kind of work through, and as you think about it, you can probably do this one now. I'll give you a minute or two. As you think about what you're needing right now, as we talk about the infrastructure work and going after government work, um, if you were to rank each one of these on a scale to 1 to 4, so you can, put in there, this one is a 1, this one, might be a 1. The first one's a 2, this is a 1. This one, might be nice. Just put in on a scale of 1 through 4 how important each one of these are for you. What, as we are on this. Once again, you can save this and print it out and do something different for different relationships. But I actually want you to kind of just go through while we're on this call. I'm going to give you a minute or two to just go ahead and fill this out. In this case, buying parity is this relationship would be important for you to have parity with a larger competitor. This one, for those of you that are looking at something like Chat GPT, if you're looking to be a market maker, if you're trying to do something that hadn't been done before. All right. Once again, you can come back to that. I just appreciate that you're taking action right now and getting something going. So you gave a little bit of mental space to it right off the bat. Okay. Let's get into stage 4. We got negotiate, market, and manage. So as I mentioned to you, for negotiation, we're going to provide all of these. How do you negotiate? What are the problems to avoid? I'm going to give you a design template. Legal resources we talked about, and the exit strategy is always important on these. To actually negotiate, we talk about these 4 elements: preparing and planning, having a dialogue, what does the proposal look like, bargaining. And in this case, preparing plan, it's like gather facts about the other party, whatever you can. You oftentimes can talk to your competitors' customers about, hey, what do you think about doing business with so and so? I don't know if in the government they're going to share that. In the corporate world, sometimes they will share with you what their experience is like. And you can do it in a way without divulging confidence. You can't ask them, what are they charging? And so do not ask that in the corporate space. In the government space, that may be public knowledge. You may be able to find that. But you can tend to find out, people will tell you, so-and-so is a tough negotiator, so-and-so is reasonable. You'll tend to find these things out. That'll tell you about their style. You oftentimes can do some what-if scenarios. If you've got some other folks that even potentially somebody in your own organization, somebody can take the position of a competitor and you can begin to anticipate the other side's position. Invariably, a lot of us say we're 2 minds of things. Our other mind is probably a good idea of what we should anticipate, so that we can actually move past whatever issues come up. Alternative proposals. Oftentimes we get so focused on what we want to achieve that we don't look at options. But I would tell you, as you're beginning to negotiate for this, start thinking through what are other ways we can get to our destination. Be open to that. That level of flexibility makes it clear that you're somebody that the other person can work with. And then when you do get to a point where you can't actually get something hammered out and negotiated out, think about what an actual alternative might be. Now, In this case, somebody might be able to, they may want something from you that's of higher value, and you may be able to offer them something of lower value. It's lower value to you, but higher value to them. So oftentimes there are things that you can actually offer as an alternative. You may decide, somebody says, hey, I need for you to come up with an additional $10,000 or $20,000 in investment, and you might be able to come back and say, you know what? What if I actually have about 100 square feet of warehouse space? Does that get us to where we need to be? So things like that, where you show that you've got some flexibility to actually get to where you need to be. And then you can think of possible win-win outcomes. All right, because when you're talking about an alliance partner, oftentimes negotiation becomes about winning and doing what's in the best interest of your company, which obviously is a good thing. But this is somebody that you're looking to have a relationship with. Imagine, if we talk about interpersonal relationships where you're negotiating from a win-lose position. It's like, baby, I love you, but you gonna lose this one. It's like, yeah, no, let's not go about it that way. So to the extent that these kind of relationships actually look like something that you really want ongoing in your life, try and figure out what win-win looks like for everybody. This means you may spend more time. It's okay if a negotiation gets heated. It's okay if you have some going back and forth, but it's because it's done uh, with a good intention. It's well-meaning. It's spirited, but it's done respectful, that people can actually appreciate that. And then that tells you when the difficult times come, what it's going to be like to work with you. You do want to actually state your position. You want to listen for facts and reasons behind the other party's position. This one is huge because oftentimes people hear the emotion, people get triggered, and they don't listen for what's behind what's being said because they were taken aback by how it was said, or what precisely was said. So you want to listen for the facts and reasons behind this. It really and truly, and I hate to use this analogy, but a lot of times when those of us that are parents, when you were dealing with your children and whatnot, you knew something else was going on other than the words coming out of their mouth. Well, it turns out that skill set's going to serve you extremely well here. And so you just kind of have to step back and go, okay, what's actually going on here? And let me address that issue. And then we talk about explaining your interests on a need basis. And then that, of course, helps you to be creative, to move past folks that are doing positional negotiating. And then you always want to keep focused on the issue and not on personalities. So then it doesn't matter, there's typically a rule that says whoever puts the first proposal out loses. I disagree with that. I'm like, just start off with your proposal, think creatively about how to handle conflict. It isn't so much about gaining power. Listen for new ideas. I mean, this is somebody you want to be in business with. So to the idea that you guys can brainstorm and get things done, that is really helpful because you want to create a cooperative environment. Under bargaining, as we mentioned, you want to create a different tactic. So when you create space for that, it can emerge. You do want to make sure you stay focused on win-win. You may need to come up in your experience to figure out how to neutralize something. And neutralizing in a lot of cases means that you just table things. You take it as a break. You say, can we move this to the end? Or let's just come back to it. Neutralize something. Like I said, you can take a break. You always want to make sure that you're positive and collaborative. You definitely want to make sure that the agreement is written or there's a letter of intent, as we talked about previously. What I'm going to share with you right now for the negotiation piece is, let me walk you through this. Checklist here. So yeah, here's kind of the detail. Of what you want to look at. It's a summary of what you just saw in the slides. If you decide you're going to do a memorandum of understanding, here are some of the things you want to make sure you put in it. Some other ideas in terms of making sure what you can put into an actual legally binding contract here. Some elements there. And then here's some additional considerations for when you are negotiating. What can you specifically negotiate to? So that's some of the detail in terms of when you're actually sitting across from somebody. Some checklists of what can be helpful for you as you actually are getting going. Nanette, is that kind of what you were thinking about in terms of checklists?
Yep.
Kathy,
Exactly.
that works for you? All righty. Let's see. Problems to avoid. I'm going to help you with this one as well. I got another one. We go into a lot more detail on this, but I've given you a good framework, and some of you all's brains may be turning into jelly about now, because I told you we're going to go deep. Your toolkit and tackle box should be in great shape about now. The question now is which lake and what fish? All right. This one. Problems to actually, I do want you to go ahead and take a minute on this one. We talk about these, and one indicates that it's because this all is part and parcel to the trust model. So let's take a few minutes. I'm going to go through them individually. In this case, the 1 indicates that the item is of minimal importance to you, your business, or a particular negotiation. A 10 is that the item is of high importance to you, your business, or a particular negotiation. You may use this multiple times on different conversations, but you know, depending on what you're trying to do, how important is there for you to have consensus amongst all parties? In some cases, consensus really isn't that important. If you have what the market needs and the way you think it ought to be done actually makes the most sense. If you've got domain expertise, subject matter expertise, and somebody is bringing something different to the party, consensus may not be all that important. Trust, once again, as we talked about, whether you trust, whether you have a high or low threshold for trust, how important is that to you? Candor. The question here, I would say, is on a scale of 1 to 10, what's the sufficiency of candor? People can be too transparent about things. There are stuff that's going on with you that I don't really need to know. So how important is that to you? Obviously, you can take these, you can kind of blow them up into what level of detail works for your business. Once again, we're talking about your gumbo. I'm putting these out here to say that these are things to make sure you have some appreciation for as you're talking to folks, because when you start putting those 10 core business processes together, we're getting into a lot of detail, but this is a lot of what makes this up, folks. This is a lot of why relationships succeed or fail. You may not have formalized it and thought about it this way, and it may seem like it's overwhelming and there's a lot. What I will tell you is probably some 90% of this you're already doing, but you hadn't slowed down enough in the process of running your business to actually zero in on what the handful of seasonings for your gumbo is that makes what you do the best, and then how you make sure you don't compromise on that when you get into a relationship with somebody else. You know, what level of caring? I will tell you this one, oftentimes I can make it through a lot of relationships knowing that folks actually care. Now, this isn't, you have to ask me, how my kids are doing every time we get on the phone call. But this is one of those things where with me, don't call me when it's clear you got something else going on. If you are walking through Walmart, then put your headset on, have wind noise cancellation on your microphone, and make me believe that I am the focus of attention at that moment. Otherwise, call me when you get in your office, because the quickest way to tell me you don't care. Now, if you tell me up front you're going to be multitasking, you're doing a couple of things, and is it okay if we have our call? Then that's different, because I can appreciate that you're trying to get some things done. But hey, that's just a pet peeve of mine. It may not be a yours. Just FYI, I'll own that one. But things like that. Hey, checking in, how is my business doing? We started this relationship, hey, are you seeing benefits? I know we got a meeting set up to walk through metrics and other kinds of things, but it's like, how is your business doing right now? But beyond our relation, is there anything I can do to help? Might I be able to make a phone call, introduce you to somebody? All right, just simple stuff. Collaboration, how much do you need? Some people aren't built for collaboration. Okay. Some people need to go off, work on stuff, and come back. That's their process. That's the way they work. That's how you get the best out of them. Some people need to collaborate. So what I need for you to look at in this one is there are multiple ways in which you can collaborate. You can sit in a room and you can work through stuff in a collaborative manner, or you can figure out what a task is. People can go off and do their own thing, and then you can come back and review what everybody came up with. There's multiple ways you can accomplish collaboration. How important is it? Recognition, some people don't need it. Some people need it like there's no tomorrow. Is no right or wrong. With some people, we call it aesthetic sensibility. Recognition feeds them. It helps to get the best out of them. If you need that, then if you're in one of those relationships, you need to figure out how important that is to you. No right or wrong. Okay. It just is what it is. I mean, you don't want to be in a relationship where you feel like it doesn't matter what you did, it's never good enough, because you're working with somebody who happens to have the skill set of being a troubleshooter. Oftentimes we call them being negative, but what they are telling you is what they see that's not working. All right. If you are on the plus side of you see everything that is working, and they're on the other side and they see everything that's not working, that makes for a tough get together, because it's not that they're telling you you're wrong. It's not that you're telling them they're wrong. You guys just see different things. Insufficient integration. A lot of relationships are superficial when we do this kind of work. It's like, hey, we're going to go after this Port of Houston bid together. You do your thing, I do my thing. We make a joint presentation. We call it a day. That may not work for you. You're going to see this exact same list when we talk about managing. Right now, we're talking about in a negotiation. When these things show up in the negotiation, some of these, depending on how you rate this, may tell you both subjectively and empirically, when to walk away. And that's kind of a cool thing. If you can go through this and hey, look, I was going through this and I know it's important to me. And then as I went through the relationship and I'm thinking about what's going on with them, I now need to walk away, and I know why I'm walking away, and I know I need to what I need to look for the next time I talk to somebody about this. Lack of authority. Are you talking to somebody who doesn't have the authority to do what they're saying they're going to do? This is more of an issue. When the government, that can be an issue depending on who you're talking with, what you're negotiating with them, as well in the private sector. That can become a big issue if you're talking too low in the organization. If the person's not invested, they're like, look, let's just get this done. Let's just move this so we can move on. If they're not invested, this can happen. It's like, look, right now we just need to get more small businesses in. We may not really do any business with you. The government could tell you that. Somebody that you could be negotiating with as a partner might tell you that. So you get to pick and choose who you want to do business with. And then folks that might decide they're going to box you in, don't give you the autonomy you need. So you have that. And then the idea next is just review those in order of importance to have the ability to dramatically improve the ability of the alliance to achieve your goals, because you probably have in mind of those 12, which top 3, 5, 6, 7, how many of those is actually going to help you to achieve the goal you think the relationship should have. Review these to identify which ones in order of importance have the ability to improve the experience your customers have with your company, should you choose to improve in that area. A little self-reflection going on there. Reviews that identify which ones in order of importance would allow you to grow or scale your business more quickly. This is actually, we're talking about it from a negotiation perspective, but if you can finesse this, then you should be able to draw a straight line to business impact. And once again, please review these which ones in order of importance are key to your core competency or your core business. This is where we make sure you don't negotiate away the store. All righty. And then, of course, any other notes you want to take? Good for you. Create a nice little folder, binder, refer back to this, have at it. Go from there. All right. Let's keep moving. Consensus. We talked about that. We talked about trust. We talked about candor already. We reviewed these one-on-one already. So sometimes you just outsmart yourself. I was going to give you that handout and then just go through these individually, guided by the deck. But then I'm like, you know what? Let me just tell you. All right. So let me share with you a template, a design template. And I'll show you how I recommend you use this. All right.
Hi, Randall. Just a time check. We probably got about 24 more minutes.
Okay. All right. I think we're good time-wise. Yes, actually we are good time-wise. Hey, you guys got Smiley again. What I've done in this one is I've taken a business process outsource agreement and looked at each element. And as you sit down and you think about what you want to do with a potential partner, you can go through this list and ask yourself, yes or no, is this applicable? Does anybody need certifications? Does anybody need to have a HR management plan? Do we need to have a conflict of interest? For a lot of government contracting, some of these things you actually do need to have in place, the FARs and other things, flow downs. But this is just a comprehensive template. You can add to it. You can take away from it. You can decide it's not applicable. If you want, you can actually go through it with your prospective partner. And the way I would say is if you have something that does apply, then you can actually then in your notes capture what did you agree to. So you can say for conflict of interest, we're going to incorporate my company's conflict of interest terms or conditions. You just take that as a note. If you have that particular attachment, you include that as a reference, as an addendum, whatever. But as you're negotiating it, you are walking through, this is the business relationship. How frequently are we going to meet? What are we going to report on? Problem escalation. How are we going to handle this? I've got all of these, and some of these will not apply. That's okay. But I want you to get in the habit of, here's your checklist of things for me to approach. Once again, there are going to be some things that are not on here, but you can do it yourself. You can do it with your partner. As you are taking notes, you can encapsulate what you all have agreed to. And then the cool thing about this, once you finish, you can take those notes and you can hand those notes over to an attorney to draft your agreement. This gives you some confidence that you've thought through what the business is, what some of the risks are. You've already negotiated. So you don't have the attorneys going back and forth, creating issues that you don't have, unless it's something that you hadn't thought about. So that is the way that I would recommend you use this. I'm not going to actually give you a contract template. My position on that is I think that's irresponsible for me to give you a template, because it's a legally binding document and I don't have a clue on the risks that you need to take for your business. So I would caution you against going out on the internet and grabbing templates. I would caution you about all of that stuff. I would recommend you go through this list and you think about everything you need. Make sure it reflects the understanding that you have with your alliance partner. You may decide that after you do this once or twice that you have your own template that you then can share with folks, because you know it represents what you want. You may want to go through parts of this with an attorney and figure out, are there some things you want to pre-populate? You have some options, but this gives you a starting place. Okay.
Randall, I'm just going to add, this is Nanette. We're going to be providing the MBEs with a list of HMSDC certified lawyers that they can vet to, after they've identified what they'd like to see in their agreement, they can go and vet them for creating the agreements.
Fantastic. Now, HMSDC has helped to provide, and thank you, Ingrid, for that, total business development and legal resources in the past. That is one of the benefits of the council. So make sure you take advantage of that in terms of directing you to the places you can go to get legal, accounting, tax, insurance, and all those good things. So there we have it. All right, legal resources, HMSDC and Stack. There we go. There, you are in the right place. We're all family here. You do want to make sure you take into account your exit strategy. So what is the contract termination, whether it's going to be at will or for cause? If you have an agreement, whether it's for cause or convenience. So you can do that. Notification, you want to be clear on this one. If it's going to take you 6 months to unwind the relationship, you don't want to be able to say that this contract is terminated immediately. You can get the notification that it's going to end, but you have the amount of time you need to unwind the deal. If you've got people that are jointly deployed, if you've got assets that you jointly invested in, you've got other kinds of things. If you're providing on-site services, you want to make sure you give yourself whatever time you need to work with your alliance partner to figure out how to do that. Dispute resolution, you do want to be clear whether or not you want arbitration, mediation, or whether you want to go straight to court. You want to have that very well thought out. Arbitration and mediation give you different options. You may decide that you want some escalation. You can start with mediation, then you can go to arbitration and then other kinds of things. You can work with your attorney to figure out what's the right answer for you there. But you do want to make sure that you do understand how to handle disputes and what your options are for getting out of the contract. We're going to skip past this for now. And we're going to talk about marketing those. There's quite a bit of information you can get on marketing. Most everyone in this case was trying to figure out how do you actually put one together. You're going after government work. So a lot of the marketing, you can talk to Kathy Hall. She does great marketing. She's the direct marketing, but Kathy knows more than she tells folks she knows. So she can help you with a lot of this other stuff in terms of what becomes important in terms of your marketing messaging and how that potentially can change as you bring on an alliance partner. Let's see here. With regard to, so this goes back to the relationship you have with your employees and how they're going to interact with customers. You do need to make them aware that you're going after government workers, and they may get some requests that they may not be accustomed to getting. And because government employees are really process driven, your employees may be called upon to, you may have to look at what your customer service model really is for government government work. And you may actually need to go back and look at a lot of your procedures manuals to make sure that it is indeed responsive to that customer and their unique needs. Product quality, reliability, and features in terms of how you market that's probably going to be unchanged. And the availability, customer convenience, and selling, that's probably going to be unchanged. The issue is when you are negotiating with your alliance partner, are you carrying these forward to make sure that as you guys talk about the alliance, that this is indeed represented properly to your satisfaction and represents your brand? Let me see. Yeah, post-sale service, price versus cost. We've talked about that in your marketing. To the extent that you actually have that in term sheets and pricing offers. And for anyone that is doing promotional work, some of you may decide that you want to set up, you may want to set up a separate website that pitches directly to the government or institutional customer. So this becomes a little bit more important. And to the extent that you can represent what your alliance partner is bringing to the party in the services that you're providing, then that becomes a factor there. And we did talk about one of the things is a partner can change your footprint. So now if all of a sudden you became statewide, nationwide, international, that becomes significant in helping you there. And then how you decide you want to advertise or get the word out, what publicity and other kinds, you may decide that for some of these vendor fairs that you have a greater opportunity to promote the relationship, especially as it speaks to your scalability and your capacity. Let's see. This is standard marketing strategy work here. As we mentioned with the problems to avoid, I'm going to go ahead and drop this one in the chat. This one looks very much like the negotiation one, but I think you can see, as I mentioned, that it's one thing to have these concerns when you're negotiating. It's a difference when you are implementing and when you are managing, because now you're saying, okay, I'm in it to win it. These take on different meanings. So once again, same idea. You can rate what's important to you. So as you go into a session, a review session, quarterly, weekly, as you start getting into an operations review or whatnot, you can actually come back and you kind of have some sense of how this meeting needs to work in order for it to deliver on what you are looking to have in place. Dispute resolution, you definitely want to make sure that operationally, because this comes out of somebody's checkbook, operationally, who has responsibility for dealing with that? You know, if you're contributing marketing and somebody is contributing operations, then you know that becomes clear, and then you can tell your people how you expect that disputes are handled operating wise. What is the filter you have for when things escalate up to you? You may initially want everything escalated up to you, and at some point you may trust the people to do the work, and you want to set conditions, whether it's financial conditions, whether it's resource conditions, whatever it is, you may want to set some conditions by which things escalate to you. You know, your red dial to say you're running out of fuel. Managing by exception. In that case, what does it look like in managing disputes with customers and with the relationship itself? Ownership disputes. How do you shouldn't have that many of those, but as the business grows, you will potentially get into ownership disputes because somebody will come back and say, I contributed more to the relationship than you. We're more dependent. How are you going to handle that, especially if you bring in additional owners? What is the level of documentation you have to understand what that looks like? A lot of fighting goes on around this ownership when a lot of fighting goes on around that escalation when you can go to balancescorecard.org and find more information about how to actually manage the relationship around KPIs. In general, the balance scorecard looks at the 4 dimensions of learning and growth, business process, customer perspective, financial perspective. I would recommend that you get strongly into this as a savvy CEO to understand this. This is less about coming up with hundreds and hundreds of metrics, because you can go metrics crazy. This is about finding 2 or 3 in each of these areas that lets you know what's going on in the business before it becomes a customer issue. So you can proactively deal with things that are going on. And you can modify those 10 core business processes to make sure that you are minimizing the exceptions, that things are running the way you expect them to run. So in this case, clarifying and translating vision, strategy, feedback and learning, planning and target setting, communication and learning. What I'm going to share with you on this one, let me just give you the handout for this one. You know, Nanette, we weren't sure if 4 hours was going to be enough. Okay, all right, here we go. Metrics and KPIs. This is handout number 12. For this one, this is more for your reference. Linked with the balance scorecard, these are the 4 that they had. This is the objective. These are examples of metrics. If these are not appropriate to your business, on the next page, you have tons and tons and tons of more metrics. There's actually a book out there called The Book of Metrics, and I think it has maybe 150 or 200 different metrics. So you can find the ones that make sense for your business there. Again, with exit strategy, you do want to be cognizant what happens in the business. I mean, with COVID, a lot of people were left with no heirs to their business. So for your business, you want to make sure what happens. And as a person in an alliance, you may not want to be in business with somebody's kids. You know, not to go political, but you may not want to be in business with the Trump kids or the Biden kids. All right. So in the event that something happens to the partner, what does your agreement allow you to do? Do you have the ability to buy out the business in the event at some fair market value? If somebody is disabled, you may not want to do business with their wife, their spouse, their child, or whomever else. What happens there? If you desire to leave, what is a buyout provision? If you decide to dissolve your company, if the assignment comes to an end, if it turns out there's no market, if the financial goals are not met, if you didn't fulfill the mission, if the momentum you had no longer applies, to the extent for the accounting folks, you understand what accounting goodwill is. How do you distribute goodwill that was created in the business to the various players? So in your exit strategy, you want to take care of that. For you as the owner, what happens in your will? What happens in your succession plan? Who do you turn the business over as once this becomes successful? You're going to spend more time doing something else, and the day-to-day control is going to go to someone else. What does that mean to the alliance? And if there's a transition of control, how does that work? All right, those are some additional considerations for you. So now let's go back to a couple of other handouts for you. No action for you on these. This is for your repository, for your library. This is number 13. For this one, this is just a quick reference guide. You do not have to put this on your refrigerator. You do not have to think of me. You do not have to have this on the first page of your, as your screensaver or anything like that. But you do want to make sure that you keep this handy as something that you can kind of refer back to, a little tickler, so that you have a good idea, a good sense of, what does success actually look like as you are working on these. And the last handout I have for you, this is number 14. For number 14, this is a good one for you, along with the design template. And this one is just kind of a gut check kind of thing. Am I comfortable working with this person? Do we share the same values and ethics? Will the relationship reflect positively on my brand? Have I done everything possible to ensure that a relationship with my business will reflect positively on the other party? Do I have sound business reasons for proceeding? What do I want to achieve? Is the timing right for me to proceed right now? Does the other person have sound business reasons for proceeding? What do they want to achieve? Have we brainstormed potential ways that we could work together? Have we selected a specific strategy that has a realistic probability of achieving both our business objectives? Have we selected a strategy that is within the capacity for both of us to implement? Have we selected a strategy that is appropriate for the maturity of our relationship? Have we agreed on how we will measure the effectiveness of the strategy? Do we have agreed and realistic timelines surrounding the strategy? Have we agreed on implementation process, which will do what and by when? Do we have an agreed exit strategy in place? Are both parties genuinely comfortable with all aspects of the alliance strategy? Have we created a strategic alliance agreement so that all aspects of the alliance are clearly understood and agreed by both and or all parties? So, happy people. Questions?
No question, but I do have a comment. Thank you, Randall, for your presentation. And I asked for a checklist, and my goodness, we got 14 different documents. So we do have a library of resources available to us. Thank you. Thank you. This was great.
My pleasure. Any shares from anyone? I know a number of folks have to jump.
I I wanted to see if you could share the information about the masterclass, please.
Oh, send an email to me at rdobbins@diversityworks.global. I don't know, Maya, if
Yeah. Well, if me and you will chat after, Randall, and then we can do a follow-up, and then we could send that information out to everyone.
okay, all right, great.
Raven, you had a share, comment, or question?
That was my question about the masterclass.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Ed?
Happy Friday, everybody. Randall, look, man, really, really good stuff, man. I can remember the first partnership conversation we had when I first, early in my years at HMSDC, and this has been over 20 something years ago. And they were talking about partnership and all of that kind of stuff. And you really raised the bar. You brought a tremendous amount of information that is going to save folks a lot of time, money, and headaches. So I really do thank you, man, for your commitment to this and the things that you've done. I suspect that there'll be more partnership conversations and strategic alliance conversations occurring as a result of this. And I for one, have been involved in strategic partnerships for many years now, as you know. But I keep coming back for this refresher course because you keep bringing more valuable information to the table. So I look forward, man, to further conversations. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Ed.
Thanks, Ed.
So I see the questions in the chat, guys. So don't worry, we're gonna get you Randall's information, and then also if we could just, Randall, I'll probably ask if you could bundle those documents so I could send it out to everybody once again, just in case they weren't able to pull it from the chat. So we'll send those the documents you downloaded in the chat back out in one single email. Kathy Hall, you have a question, comment, share?
I'm in 30-second testimonial. I was blessed to enter into a contract where I was the prime and I had 3 subs. I wish I had all this before I went into it. I've had to fire one of the subs, and for exactly those reasons that he was listing, it's been uncovered. We need every single bit of this. Thank you, Randall.
Oh, my pleasure. And once again, I mentioned to y'all we had to go slow to go fast. But once again, I will take to my dying breath that the reason a lot of these relationships fail is because they're poorly designed from the beginning, and not because people don't have the best intentions, and not because folks aren't smart. It's a lot of it is there's a lot of things we assume going into this, and we just don't know what's broken until we get into these relationships. And my God, do we figure out how broken it really is? And then we try and get, rubber bands and paper clips to put it all together because it's real time. And it's like, hey, look, if we're talking about getting going on this and we can do this other stuff, up front, and then that actually helps us to pick better partners, qualify the opportunities, leverage our successes, make sure we're ready. I mean, some of this you're going to do just from learning, because business is that way. It's the best teacher. But some of this, especially when we start talking about these 7 and 8 and 9 figure contracts, which a lot of us are going after, this is stuff we needed to have done when we started our businesses. It's just, hey, mama didn't tell me this. I didn't learn it in kindergarten, and mama didn't tell me. So that's what, hopefully a lot of this does. And now, as you get more comfortable about what's going on in your business, you start seeing those partner pieces. You can actually see precisely where they fit on what's going on in your business. And now you can make a reasonable estimation of A, if it's something you want to do, and B, is it an acceptable risk? And that's about all you can ask for.
Well, this has been great, Randall. Thank you so much. We really do appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Pleasure's all mine.
So you will be receiving a follow-up email, if not this afternoon, then definitely by Monday, close of business, the additional handout, and of course, Randall's contact information for the masterclass for those of you who are interested. So Nanette, NBIC committee, Kathy, thank you all so much for getting this together. Great ideas and more great ideas and presentations to come. Thank you so much, everyone. Please go and enjoy your weekend, and it's good seeing everyone today. Thank you.
Thank you, Randall. Have a good weekend, everyone.
Randall.